What is going on? Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can see me. Purple Haze here. Obviously, it's great to see y'all. Hey, Ambi. Hey, Roster. Um, who is first? Roster was first. Hopefully everybody is doing well today. We had some gaming news. There's quite a bit of gaming news going on, but I feel like it's the summer. You know, I was noticing this on the train today. And it just feels like everybody's like, it's like the doldrums of summer. AV is good. Thanks, Rouster. The doldrums of summer is what I call it. Like people are like, I don't know. I think like the only people alive, like really bringing a lot of life into at least work are like the interns. Like they're all full of like life and stuff. And then they kind of like peak next month or they peak at the end of this month, and then towards like August they find out if they get an offer or whatnot if they were looking for that. But right now I feel like adults are just like a little tuned out, and I've been noticing that across a lot of like gaming channels, as well as mine as well. Like I think we had some great turnout with Mario Kart 8. But I think for like game July, it's been rough. I was here while eating dinner, spinach, I had spinach too. I had a little bit of kale. So like I have gaming news. I have like a movie trailer. I thought it was pretty cool. I have some gaming trailers, which is weird. Like I was going through the gaming trailers like for the last 2 weeks because there's some games I missed, right? And they're all like very, what's the word I'm looking for? There's like a very over like directionally towards like first person shooters and like action soulsy like games. Like that seems to be like dominating a lot. Now, Jeff Janek, what's going on? I'm here for her bad takes on I don't know what that is. Victoria's Secret Hojo. I have no idea what that is. Jeff does a lot of games that aren't like the big ones that make the trailers. I know I do that, and it's weird. It's weird. I was like, I looked at probably like 25 trailers, and I was like, I swear I've seen like it's like the same themes over and over. But I get it. I get it. Sometimes that's what gets funding, you know. And sometimes that's what dictates the game of yesteryear. So right now we're seeing a lot of like action Souls-like games. One of them just launched on Game Pass, day and date. Launched on all systems, but launched on Game Pass. I will always, if I know it launched in, that's Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. I think I have a trailer for that. Maybe not. Do I have it? I don't think I did. But Wu Chang Fallen Feathers launched. A lot of people are saying it's like kind of like Black Myth Wukong. I didn't see that. The animation looked a little different. But if you're playing it, good luck. I heard it's difficult. There was some great trailers from the games. Yeah, I saw that. I have a couple of them, Jeff. I have a couple of them. I mean, great trailer. I think it's relative. Like I think I'm looking for something. I haven't seen anything that's really caught. I have some. I haven't seen anything that's really like caught my eye. But that's could be just because I'm in like a different, I'm waiting for different games. Like I kind of like, you know, I kind of seen what's coming out. And so I think I am like preparing for that. I think I also talked to y'all. I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom again. So that also has my mind. Like it's very different. That's a very different game. I didn't realize how different Tears of the Kingdom was until I started playing it again. And it is just, it's very different. I'm not saying that in a good way. I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm just saying like it's different. Soul games have gotten big for sure. Yeah, Soul games have. They have. Everything's trying to be like a Souls game. Hey, Wit, what's going on? Hey, Wit, you came up in a conversation I had the other day. Tiberian, lots of games are only coming to Steam, and you are a console lady. I have Steam Lab, but I don't need them, Jeff. Like I get it. A lot of betas. But to be frank, I didn't see anything that caught my eye. Like, if it's a game that I really want to play, I'll play it on Steam. Like Hotel Architect. Hotel Architect is only on PC. I bought it because I really want to play. Hey, Holtz, what's going on? Sorry, I call it Popeye. Oh my goodness. Hey, Obi, what's going on? Hi all. Well, hi to you. So I wouldn't say like I like console because it's easier, but I PC game like I don't. I was watching. We're gonna show some trailers here. We're gonna talk about some gaming news, but we're gonna show some trailers. But I'm not upset. Like I've said this before. I think Steam PC players are traditional PC players are different than like traditional console, and traditional console is different than like traditional mobile. And through that time, we've seen obviously genres like your traditional handheld, like that type of gamer, like on Game Boy, Game Boy Advance, particularly those are two that's coming to mind. Game Gear, I guess you could use that too. Like those gamers have either went like mobile or potentially mobile's just created a whole nother category of player, which I will acknowledge. Or they've graduated towards like console. There are some like very mobile centric games. The one that's coming to my mind is Octopath Traveler. I don't like. I'm not saying it's only on like mobile. It's only on like handheld. Um, but that's like a traditional handheld game, you know. But there's only like so many handheld places, and like I think PC has like a traditional market, right? Like, and I think there's obviously games that are on PC and on console and everything else. But I think PC has like a traditional thing, at least for me. And so, and that type of game is not like a game it's not how I like to enjoy my time. Like, you know, like I was trying to make this, I was talking to some of my peers and they were like, at work, and they were like, "Oh, so you play all these games?" They were throwing out all these titles. Some of their kids were playing like PC. Some of their kids, hold on, y'all. Let me know if my mic keeps going in and out. Hold on. Can y'all hear me? Okay, there we go. Can y'all hear me? Let me know if my audio is off. I don't know what's happened. That's why I don't like PCs. Something's always off. And it could be my mic. It was working this weekend, but I guess it's not working now. But I was talking to some of my peers about gaming, and they were throwing out all these titles, and they're like, "Oh, you know, it is. Oh no, it's still it's not working anymore." Let me know if it's better, because like I'm like AV good. Okay, Obi. All right, thanks. Because I'm like, I think I have to be like right next to it, which is really awkward. But yeah, I was talking to my peers and they were like, yo, like this game and that game that their kids are playing or their grandkids are playing and some of their spouses are playing. And I was like, yeah, I know about games, but I'm not like that, you know, like if it's not interesting. Right now I'm into like I said, I'm into Tears of the Kingdom. I'm into Mario Kart. We play Orcs, which I was just thinking about it because this World War Z is a lot like Orcs Must Die. I just realized that. I never saw that connection, but I was watching it and I was like, instead of orcs, there's zombies, but you still like the levels are set up the same. You know what I mean? Like you have a level, you set up your traps and whatnot, and then they come, right? And then they have like waves that come. And it's like a map and it's all like you got like co-opt out. I never saw that. Still working. Wire might be loose. All right. I don't know. I can't. Let me do that. I have to talk like right next to it. I didn't play World War Z, but if it's similar, that's cool. Yeah, Roster, it was on Stadia. It was on Stadia. So I don't know. And y'all, like, if the mic's still, I apologize. We'll try to do it the whole way, but I'm not gonna fix it on stream. The free Epic game today is a tower defense game. What is it? What is it? We're gonna show some trailers here. We have some news. We have news from all three gaming companies. We really don't have news from all three, but I do have stuff to talk about all three. But before I do want to start off with kind of a weird movie trailer. I know we don't really talk about movies that much, but I do want to talk about this because I thought it was weird when I saw it. So but here it is. So it's kind of the trailer. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. All right, here's the trailer. Let me know what y'all think about this. Because I don't know if it's gonna say the name at the end of it, but I want to know what y'all think. All right, here we go.
Benji.
Is everybody all right? Is everyone okay? I think it's still out there.
So if y'all did not know, I don't think it showed the title, but that movie is called Bambi: The Reckoning. All right, I don't think it showed it because it like cuts off pretty quick. But go look it up. It's called Bambi, like the Disney character Bambi: The Reckoning. And it is a horror film inspired by, how to get that right, a horror film inspired by Bambi. And I don't know if this is a thing, right? Because we saw this a few years ago with the Winnie the Pooh horror film, something honey. I forget what it was called. But this one is like it's about Bambi and this deer. First Pooh, now Bambi. Exactly, Ambi. Ambi and Bambi. Exactly, Ambi. And I was like, what? Is this a thing? Is this a thing? Or is this now like we're taking like childhood family or like children like family friendly characters and making it horror? And so I was trying to think like, what if we went the other way around? Like, what if we took like horror characters and made them child friendly? Does that work the same way or no? No, it doesn't. I don't know. It was a weird thought I had. And so thinking about like horrors going the other way, I think that takes us to my first game trailer. So without further ado, actually, I don't even think I have this game trailer. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Here we go. Without further ado, the first game trailer. Hopefully you like this one.
You have a void. A desirous, gaping heart. It thirsts for excruciating pleasure. very thing we offer. She is hellbound. Follow her, for we have such sights to show you.
So that's Hellraiser making, I believe this is the first Hellraiser game. And like, I'm not sure if this is the first one. It was the first one in a long time for sure. And I would not be surprised if there's an NES Hellraiser. Like I said, there's always NES games for like every movie. But yeah, that's Hellraiser. And I have a confession because I was talking about this trailer with someone and I was like, well, they were talking to me about it. And I've never actually seen a Hellraiser movie. Like I've never seen it. As a horror fan as I am, and I say that like there's certain horror. Y'all know there's certain horrors I like. There's certain horrors I don't. There's certain horrors I do. But I've never seen Hellraiser. I think the closest I've gotten to Hellraiser was with what is it? What's the game where you run around? It's 4 people versus 1. Like that's the closest I've ever gotten. It's not Dead by Daylight. That's the game. Dead by Daylight's the closest, so I've never have seen it. But looking at that trailer, it makes me wonder, like, what is the story? Like, obviously, it's like somebody from hell or some being from hell. And I saw the name Rouster. I did see that in the chat, so thank you. But I never seen a Hellraiser. So Dead by Daylight. And so it's kind of interesting, right? You see this cross genre. I think the game is going to play similar to, just based upon it, like that first scene, I get a lot of Dark Pictures Anthology, so Supermassive inspired. And I'm not sure if I'll play it. I'll be very honest. Like, I'm not sure. Like, I don't have like an emotional connection to the IP. But for y'all who've seen Hellraiser, what do you think? What do you think of that franchise? Like, is that a good franchise? Is like, where would you rank it as far as horrors go? Right? Is it like, I'm not going to say it's an F. Like, y'all aren't going to convince me an F. But is it like B tier? And when I say B tier is like, all right, like there's A tier where there's like Jason, there's iconic songs, there's like Nightmare on Elm Street, like iconic. The First Ring, like things where you're like, that's iconic. Then there's the second tier, which is like maybe some of those sequels. I put Blair Witch Project, like, they're good. They're going to like do decent at the box office, but they're not like amazing. Then there's C tier, which you're like, that was stupid. Like that's kind of now getting comical. And then there's D tier, which is like, that was just dumb. So what tier? Hellraiser in the term of Pinhead. Yes. Hey, Cherry Man, what's going on? Like, so where would you say Hellraiser actually sits as far as a horror? Be curious what y'all think. Because if it's not A or B, I probably won't watch it. But we'll see. The Ring was scary as hell. The Blair Witch Project. So I remember when Blair Witch Project came out, right? I thought it was interesting. I never was like fully scared of it. I don't know why. I just never was really scared of the Blair Witch Project. Like when it first came out, I was just like, okay, because it just looked like a home camera. You know what I mean? And I just remember the entire time the film was showing, like, could I redo this? Like, could I remake this? Like, that's all I kept thinking about. But it never really scared me. Now I haven't seen like the follow-ons. Like I never did that. And maybe like the last scene where like the kids like staring off, like the camera like flips, the kids staring off in the distance. That might, I don't even want to say that scared me. I think that may have like left an impression because that's like the only scene I can remember from the movie. But I don't know. Hellraiser Sins have fallen to the cult classic movie. So it's cult classic. So it could go either way. Or you have Friday the 13th, the Killer Clowns. You know, a lot of people like Killer Clowns from Outer Space. You know, I haven't played the game. I had a game released last year, right? Killer Clowns. I didn't play that one. But yeah, so that's Hellraiser. Judging by, I'm not sure if I'll play it. I'll be honest. Like I said, I a lot of the trailers from today, I just was like, I don't know. And I looked. Jeff says there's some great ones from the German Game Fest. Could be just like I'm in that phase where I'm like, I'm kind of focused on 2 or 3 games. I'm just not focused on what's out there right now. That could be it. Could be it. But speaking of games inspired by Supermassive, got some Supermassive news that is not so super. So, without further ado, so this is from Supermassive. Now, if y'all do not know who Supermassive is, Supermassive has done the Dark Pictures anthology series. So Dark Pictures, think of Man of Medan, think of The Quarry. There's that whole The Devil in Me, that whole kind of franchise of games, Supermassive. They had another game that they showcased 2 years ago, and it was called Project. What is it? Project 20. What is it? 8020. There we go. Directive 8020. The game has been delayed. All right. And 36 people have been laid off. Now, this is actually pretty big news because Supermassive, despite the name, is not a massive studio. All right, I want to say that again. Supermassive, not a massive studio. And so this kind of impacts them pretty hard. The only thing I can think of is, if y'all recall, last year, probably tied for most disappointing game last year was a game called The Casting of Frank Stone, also done by Supermassive. I don't think that game lived up to the hype. Like, I just don't. And of course it has impacts. Also, this is the same studio, as you can see there, Little Nightmares 3. So they are in charge of Little Nightmares. Be surprised if they are pushing all resources to Little Nightmares 3 to ensure that launch. Not good news. 36 offers in the company, but always not great to hear that. As far as the game comes out, have not nailed down launch. It looks like it's going to be 6. So good news. Sad news is obviously things are no longer there. I think it has a lot to do with direction there. But again, best news. Audio broke up for me. Roster. It's not. I'm gonna have to work on. I'm gonna take it back as a oh my All right, y'all. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can see me. We're gonna go back to the old headphones. See if this works better. Hopefully it does. I changed a few things. They're either waking up at a crazy time, 2:30, 5:30. All right. Let me see. I tweaked something when I sat back down. Welcome back. Hey, roster. And yes, that was, I think I've done that screen one time. So it's not truly new because I think I've done it one time, but it's always there. But thank you for noticing. Yeah. So we're trying to do stuff. It seems to be working out. All right, we're good. So there might be something there. It's something for me to notice. There might be something there between trying to do the mic with the speaker. So there might be something there, and I'll probably have to work on that. But all right. So the supermassive, they did their thing. And I changed the internet, so that hopefully that also helped. So yeah, not good to see that. But with that, like I'm going to be doing like some news. I'm going to do some trailers, then some news, then some trailers, then some news. So we'll continue on our little path of some trailers. So the next trailer, and so this is one of those that Jeff was mentioning, looked decent. The art style was interesting. So here we go. The next trailer I want to showcase. Oh, okay, there we go. So it's Alberster and looks decent. It's a very remember I was talking about a handheld type of games. And can y'all hear me? Make sure. Yeah, I think y'all can. And so that one like gives me that vibe. And I know that I play cross. It is very SNES. Looks like an old school JRPG. It does. I think that's the style though. Like there's a style about that. Like I think we see a lot of like retro, like a lot of 90s stuff is coming back. Well, been back probably for like the last year or so in fashion. And I think that's just bleeding over to games. And I think some of those games though looks very SNES, but it reminds me of what is that platformer that's like super, super hard? I don't know. There's a platform that's like super, super hard. And it reminds me of that. Like it looks the same, but it actually like the game mechanics are a little bit, maybe there's a little bit more going on underneath the hood than just the art style would suggest. So Celeste. I said suggest, and it made me think of Celeste. So I think that's it. And what's going on, Ambi? Thank you for that, Ambi. Actually, kind of needed that. Thank you so much. I really did need that. I like that when I was a teen or in my 20s. Not sure I like it anymore. Yeah, Rouse, remember I was saying earlier in the show, like I felt kind of this idea of handheld, like an actual handheld game, not a mobile, not a PC, not a but like a handheld game. That game looks like a handheld game. Like if handhelds were still a thing, which I guess Switch is, right? I guess Lenovo Go, but like, like games that are built for handheld. That game reminds me of that. Which begs the question, like, does that mean like Switch dominates that? Or does that mean like, is there obviously there's a PC handheld market. Like, I'm not saying that, but are PC gamers playing handheld games? Does that make sense? Like Pokemon, the original Pokemon, right? Like that is a handheld game. You know what I mean? It wasn't really a console game. It wasn't really like a PC game. That's like a handheld game. Or like the, but it was like some of the children's Zelda ones, like Four Swords or Four Seasons. Forget which one that's, I think it's Four Swords. Like those are handheld games. And as handheld has like kind of like obviously the Switch is a hybrid. I wonder about like the handheld game and the handheld gamer. I can see it doing well on Switch. Really? I guess so. Right? I guess so. Like, we'll see. We have some Switch news. We do have some Switch news. Which maybe it's a good time to bring up some Switch news. I guess it's like Xbox news. It's like Xbox and Switch news. Let's look at this. Xbox reportedly preparing to port many more fan favorite exclusives to PlayStation 5 and Switch 2. Now, this is something we already knew. Like, right? That's not really new. I think what kind of like throws me off with this statement, though, is like, which fan favorites? If you think about it, like PlayStation already had, like the only thing they can really port that they haven't announced is Halo. You know what I mean? Like, I think everything else they've already reported. So that's like the only one. And the only fan favorite I really like that I would want on Switch is already there. Is Ori. So there's a lot to be said about this. Like, I think it's good. It's good in a lot of ways. And I don't think I really have a solid take on why it would be bad. You know what I mean? Like, I think Xbox pushing games that they own the IP to more platforms is not bad. Like I just want to say that. Like, that is not something that's bad. I think there's other things to criticize Xbox for, but this is not one. And so we'll see. We'll see what else is there. Like I said, I already have Ori, which I think is my favorite Xbox game. South of Midnight's good too, but I don't put it in the same category as Ori. I think South of Midnight is a great art exploration exercise with gaming elements. That's how I explain South of Midnight. I would not explain. So I think it's like an art project that is a game, right? And I think there's other games that have like very strong art elements that are games, but I think South of Midnight's more like an art project that's a game. And that's okay. People would be like criticizing me for that, but that's how I see it. Ron Slusher's here. Ron did get a gifted from Ambi. Welcome, Ron. Luna Ron. Ron trolls me on Twitter, y'all. So yeah. But welcome, Ron. Welcome. Just talking about some of the stuff here. Nothing bad to say. All right. With that said, we're going to go to another game. Now, this game is actually a game I am somewhat looking forward to. Y'all are going to be kind of shocked when I showcase this one. But this one is one that I could see picking up and playing specifically with that whole group, like SVG, Rudix, David Wilson, like that group, who like game sometimes. Ray, Vet, I guess, is in that group as well. The game during the day and stuff. This game I could see myself playing. And so without further ado, I am interested in this one. I'll tell you why. All right, here we go. Yeah, you really gotta get better at that. I'm like, here we go, but no, we're not. There we go.
My fellow citizens, my fellow. We will prevail.
We're ready, Mr. President.
My fellow citizens, today represents a dark day in our history. With this monstrous, unprovoked attack, no country is safe from their reach. For all those serving on our behalf, our prayers go with you. For the Pax Armada mercenaries who are watching now, I have a message. It's over.
Let's get to work.
Come, your masters of war. Hear the bells of big guns. You hide behind walls.
30 seconds.
Ain't turn and run farther when the fast bullets fly.
Move fast. Move decisive. Dagger on my 6.
Send it.
And I hope that you die. And your death will come soon. I'll follow your casket by the pale afternoon. I'll watch while you
Clear the ship now.
and I'll stand over your grave till I'm sure that you're dead.
Paint the target for the F-61.
I'll watch while you
Burn us off.
and I'll stand over your grave till I'm sure that you're dead. Masters of war.
Whoa. Let's do this. So that is Battlefield 6. It is getting a multiplayer reveal trailer later this month. And yeah, I am actually looking forward to it. Not really like a shooter type, right? Definitely not a first person shooter type, but they have it. And I think the reason I'm looking forward to it is because there's a story. Like I like how that trailer just looked. Like, right, I think the story it's telling, like it opens up, like I am interested in that type of stuff. And so if you had told me last week, hey, Purple, Battlefield 6 is coming out, I would have probably like thought about it more from a business lens. I would have been like, oh, okay, EA is doing Battlefield 6. What is it like? What does it do? Blah, blah, blah. But seeing the trailer actually made me like excited for the game. So kudos to you, EA. Now it has to live up to it. Getting an OG Call of Duty campaign vibe. I miss it. Amy, I don't know what old school Call of Duty vibe is. But if it is that, yeah, I agree. I think it looks like it is going to have something, like there's substance there, right? And I think that's cool. Like, because at one time, when I say one time, I mean like 16 years ago, Battlefield, like we heard Battlefield a lot, right? Like I'm not saying it was like Call of Duty, but we did hear a lot about Battlefield, and there was like kind of this a one-time competition between those two. And obviously competition's great. And I think there needs to be more competition in that space. And if there was any criticism I have of the first person shooter genre, especially the genre that has like PvP. It's that they've just kind of went straight to game mechanics. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know if that's going to bring in new people. Again, I'm not a first person. This may be a question for like someone, Nightfall or Jack of all trades, or one of those first person, like very first person shooter type of people. But I think there needs to be something that like brings me to the franchise. And X Defiant kind of had but it wasn't in X Defiant. It was like all the other games, all the other franchises and IP that were part of X Defiant. So yeah. So who knows? I'm not saying like that's going to be a day one buy for me. What I am saying is it piqued my interest enough that it probably will make the purple like top 20 games of 2025 or 2026. And that's something I don't think 2025, that's even better news because there's some games that have dropped off that list. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Games, it will be broken like 2042. Just saying. That is what Jeff is saying. That is what Jeff is saying. But I don't, like I said, I have the game look so far that it interests me, right? That's all I'm saying. And yeah, Remy is back there. Remy's always by me. He's keeping an eye on y'all. Look at that. But so we'll see. We'll see. I'm not saying it's gonna be for sure something I buy. Just something I thought was interesting. All right, so back to more news. 'Cause we do have a lot. Oh, I thought I had more news than that, but I guess I don't. So we're gonna go. We were kind of like an Xbox Nintendo story. We're gonna go to an Xbox story. Very Xbox centric, and that is the Outer Worlds will no longer be $80. It's gonna drop down to $70. So a lot of people are really happy about this, cheaper games and so forth. And if y'all do not remember when Nintendo had mentioned $80 for Mario Kart, Microsoft followed like a week later with $80 for Outer Worlds 2. I think that this is an interesting move. Because Outer Worlds, I'm curious what they're seeing. Like, right? Is this a move because the market said, hey, we won't buy this game at 80, which is what I think you saw more or less. Like, I don't think this is going to be a very long game. I don't think it's going to be a very, it has a long tail. I guess that's what the word I'm saying. I don't think it has a very long tail. If you've heard me say anything about Microsoft games, I think Microsoft has what they have. Like, I think the age of Microsoft creating like the ambitions that they had, let's say like 6 years ago, are no longer, right? I think they have what they have and they're going to fortify that position. I don't think games like Outer Worlds fit into that. I could almost say the same thing as like a Fable. I don't think those games are really what they're after, for the simple reason is that they don't really move. They sustain Game Pass, but they don't really move the needle, right? Call of Duty moves the needle. You know what I mean? I don't think Outer Worlds moves the needle. And so in my opinion, what I see on the same thing with like Mortal Kombat 1, where when Warner Brothers Discovery kind of started having issues across the board, not just with Mortal Kombat, across the board, they kind of stopped the development for that franchise. And that's why you can now get like Mortal Kombat 1, the complete edition, like virtually a year after launch. You know what I mean? Traditionally, Mortal Kombat would have been supported for several years. And I think they said like, hey, we got to cut our losses. I think that's what's happening here. And I think because of that, that's why they dropped the price. I know a lot of people are like, I don't care, Purple. They dropped the price. And I'll be like, okay, great. Okay, great. But I always look at these types of moves and I'm like, what is going on behind the scenes? But that's my logic. Drop the price. Battlefield's too much like Call of Duty. Does it? But it had a story. That's all I'm saying. I feel like it's going to embolden the drop the price Nintendo people. I just think they're in different places. I think they're in different places because the only game Nintendo has at 80 is Mario Kart World, which roughly 2/3 of the people who bought Mario Kart World bought it at 50. The rest bought it at 80. But the big difference between those two, and I always think I don't quite understand. Like, I guess I understand it to a degree, but I don't understand it to a degree. And that's that Mario Kart World gets like supported by for 9 to 10 years, right? I don't think Outer Worlds is getting content updates for 9 to 10 years. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be Outer World. It could be anything. Like, very few game franchises or game studios support their game for 8 to 9 to 10 years. We saw a game that they did, World War Z. They've been supporting that game for a second. Or whatever I was talking about earlier, World War Z, I was surprised. They're still doing content drops for that. So when you see content drops like that, like consistently, and we see that with Mario Kart, that they consistently, like, I understand it. I get people are upset about it. But I'm also at the point that, like, if the difference between 70 and 80 is that big of a deal, maybe like gaming isn't the right hobby for you. Like I'm that type of person. You can hate on that for you if you want. That's my point of view. Like it's like people who are like complaining about they don't want to like mow, they don't want to take care of like their yard, but they want to own a house. You know what I mean? It's like maybe owning a house, maybe your financial priorities aren't in straight order, right? It's like there's other things that go along with it. And I get that we all want things to be free and cheaper. But at the same time, I also am like, that's probably not the hill I'm going to die on, nor is that a hill I'm going to fight to defend you on. I like the first Outer Worlds, but the first game had a very mixed reception. So its sequel also never had the same support Mario Kart has. But I hear you. I hear you. Like, I think there's more going on behind the scenes with this game. Well, I don't know if you're saying that. Let me not put words in your mouth. To me, there's more going on behind the scenes. And I think when this game drops at 70, you're going to have somewhat of an outcry. I think the game dropping at 80 would have been like, what the hell? But I think the game dropping at 70, people are still going to push back on that. Because let's make very clear, like $70 like a premium, that's still a premium title. Like $70 ain't like, 70, 80 may seem like, well, 80's the pen, but 70, it wasn't too long ago that we were criticizing the price increase to 70. So we're going to see as this one continues to make its way through. But my bet is that this just not fit into their ambitions anymore for Xbox. I've said it before. I think you don't see a South of Midnight sequel. I don't think you're going to sit, at least not while it's fully owned by Xbox. Let me say it like that. And I just don't think Outer Worlds really pushes anything. I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm just saying for that company, I don't think it pushes it. Good night, all. Hey, Jeff, what's going on? Good night, Ed, Jeff. Later. Hope all is well, Jeff. Thanks for coming by. With that said, we're going to go to Jeff. What bad take did I have? I'm curious. Jeff can tell me a bad take. All right. With that said, I'm going to go to another trailer. This is another one that one of you in chat is really looking forward to. Not sure if it gets me as excited as Mafia, but it's fairly exciting. So without further ado, still didn't get the timing down right on that one, but I'm closer.
Now we must send a message to all around that Torisi takes care of his family and his affairs. Will you do that, Enzo? I will. Everything in San Celeste has a price. Our price. Everyone pays. And if they don't, You must remind them of their duty. Some try to run from their obligations. They think there is a place on this earth that lies beyond our reach. Nobody hides from this family. Not for long. High walls, iron gates, armed men. They think those will keep them safe. Show them otherwise. How dead? You're my eyes and ears, Enzo. What you see, what you hear, it belongs to me. Never forget that. Our enemies lie in wait, like vipers in the grass. We must strike first, quietly and without hesitation. If someone were stupid enough to put his hand in my pocket, it would be up to you to return what is mine. And remember, what you give to this family, you shall receive back in kind. Welcome, Enzo.
So that is Mafia Old Country. So Mafia, I'm curious about this one. Mafia, the last Mafia came out roughly like 11 years ago, 2014, early PS4 era, maybe. Check my math on that. Maybe 2016. It's been a second. Mafia 3 came out a second, right? Yeah, Ambi's the one who really liked the game. And so Mafia falls in this category of game that I think they put a lot of value in. Let me say that very clearly. I think they put a lot of value in. The first two Mafia games people loved. The third one split the community. Like some people hated it, some people really liked it. And my question for Mafia is, it has nothing even to do with the game. I think my question for Mafia is, has Mafia missed its window? Okay. Like I've talked about this with Silksong, right? I think Mafia is more of a game that's missed its window than Silksong. And what I mean by that is you've had an entire generation of gamer grow up and not even know what Mafia is. You know what I mean? Like if Mafia came out like kind of if Mafia 3, 2016. So if it came out in 2016, it was coming out at the very beginning of that live service push, right? Because I think Overwatch won Game of the Year in 2015, maybe 2016. And now what we see is you see a lot of playtime people doing games as a service, right? Or live service games. So Call of Duty, I would say, is more live service game than games as a service. And I just don't know if like Mafia has a place. I know you have fans like Ambi, right? Hey, Jenna Hayes, what's going on? There was the Godfather, but now there's a new mob boss in town, the Godmother Prey. What? Oh my, who needs a game? Oh my goodness, y'all are going at it. But that's my thing. I see the game. I think it's like Indiana Jones, right? Remember, I had like a lot of criticisms before Indiana Jones came out. People were like, oh, that's because you hate Xbox. And it's like, no, it's the same thing I see with Mafia, which is the gameplay looks somewhat very, how can I say this? It's like a late PS3 game with just better graphics, right? Early, it's like there's nothing necessarily that brings me into it. I think the story's cool. Like it seems like they're telling a different story. At the same time, I can't help but think this game, it's going to be a lot of nostalgia for like adult gamers. I don't think it's going to do that well. Like that's just my gut instinct on it. Not to say it's going to be a flop, right? I'm not saying it's going to be like Saints Row. Not saying that. What was the Final Fantasy 16 on the Xbox? I'm not saying that. I am saying I just think it's going to have like a muted response. And that's kind of a shame for a franchise. Take Two or 2K. You know what I mean? So we'll see. We'll see. What are you saying? Ouch, Ambi. Ouch. That's my thing. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. You know, something I wasn't wrong about, though. I'm going to bring it up here. Speaking about games that people were saying was going to do horrible, I want to bring this one up. You know, we have mixed feelings about Ubisoft on this channel because I loved X Defiant. So last year I put over like 300 hours in X Defiant over 5 months. Then they shut it down. And so what we see here is Assassin's Creed has seen 5 million players. So I don't think that's 5 million games sold, by the way, because if you remember, Ubisoft has their own subscription service. But that does mean that Ubisoft has seen either a premium, because Assassin's Creed just came out like in March, and I don't think it's went on sale yet. So that is a $70 game. And even if you did get the subscription service, that's more for Ubisoft and their subscription service, right? But 5 million players it has not been on any other subscription services since. So it has not been on Game Pass, has not been on PlayStation. That's not a bad number to reach 5 million players. A lot of people were saying this game was going to do horrible and so forth, but 5 million, you're starting to get into that. And that's within, let me frame that. That's within 4 months, right? That because the game came out like kind of late March, so April, May, June, July. That's 4 months. If you actually put it over the next year, it's going to probably reach that 7-8 million. They're saying this game is Assassin's Creed, and we're going to talk about that Rainbow Six here in a second. But what they put it on Nintendo, I don't think that's going to like blow the doors off when you put it on Nintendo, to be very honest. But I think as you see the price come down, you know, as they start to put it on sale, you see it for 60, then 50, and eventually like 30 or even 15. Somehow I saw Far Cry 6 for like $10 one time. Like as it keeps going down, it's going to continue to hit more players. And if you're starting to get into that like 7 to 8 million player range, that makes it probably like pretty solid. So, I think this is an interesting story to continue to see as Assassin's Creed, because this one it was kind of at the central part of the Gamergate 2.0, what I'm calling this entire anti-woke movement. And it's really kind of been this kind of standout that they really targeted that game. And now we see, especially as you see like Ghost of Yotei coming out, does this game really start to push into the 6 to 7 million range by the end of the year? That will be a very telling. That will be very telling, and I think Ubisoft would be happy with that number. However, with Rainbow Six Siege, now this is interesting. So I used to be really into Rainbow Six Siege. Like Rainbow Six Siege was actually my game on Stadia. I loved Rainbow Six Siege. It's a first-person shooter. I get it, but it's a tactical shooter, and it has like this team element to it. I just really, really liked it. I was really bad at it. Like I'm going to be very honest. I was not good at Siege, but I enjoyed it. And so I always thought it was interesting because they launched Rainbow Six Siege. You know, the 10th season has had struggles. They're saying it's because of a pricing model. I think it has to do a lot with marketing. I also just think that the tactical genre, people have moved on, right? I think Siege at one time, Rainbow Six in general, that franchise, not Siege directly, but that franchise was definitely like competing. Like Siege was a big franchise, you know what I mean? And they put a lot of investment in this. This is like one of the marquee titles. If y'all remember earlier this year, Ubisoft kind of broke off into those two different entities. One to kind of focus on more your like, I want to say family friendly, but I think it's like Ubisoft Montpellier, like that very artsy side. Rayman Legends is over there. Valiant Hearts is over there. Like their entire like Monopoly and just that entire group over there. I forget the computer game I'm trying to think of, but it says like the word 1804 in it. Anio 1804. All those games went to one side. And then on the other side, you had like Siege. I want to say Assassin's Creed. And I want to say the last one was The Division. They all went on another side. So this is kind of like that marquee title for them, for that other entity, which was supposed to be the big AAA kind of like first person shooter type of situation. And so yeah, it's coming off to a rough start. So not the greatest. And Jenna, you loved Rayman. Rayman gets always voted as like one of the top Metroidvanias, but I don't consider it a Metroidvania. It's a BLC drop. Ambi's keeping up with that. I know who's Ambi, you and Zalik, y'all both platinumed it. So that's that. You know, I'm not the Assassin's Creed Shadow doesn't surprise me. I thought that I think if anything, what this shows is that there is limits to the Grums. Like if y'all don't know who Grums is, you don't want to know who they are. But it does show the limits of that movement. And it shows that potentially they have a much louder voice than their numbers would suggest. And so I am we kind of saw this with Dragon Age as well. Like Dragon Age, they targeted that one quite a bit. But this one they really went at. So I'm going to continue to follow this just because I have a very vested interest in that. All right. So with that said, we got more trailers. We're almost done with the trailers. This game, yeah, I actually kind of like this one too. So, yeah, we'll see what this one is. Y'all probably won't get this one. I definitely, when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's interesting. But here we go.
To Webbitwood we go!
So that is Soulframe. Only one thing I don't like about that trailer. Like everything, it has like third person. It's kind of has like spells. Like I think if you're going to do third person, you need to have animations that capture the imagination. And so it has that, right? It kind of has this look to it. Like I would love to play a Diablo game that looks like that. You know what I mean? But it has these animations that look kind of cool. It has like, it seems like it's a classic action RPG. And it's a world I haven't explored. So I'm always excited about what is the lore, what is the world, what are you doing differently? Out of all the games I would say probably out of that I've showed today, this is probably the second one I'm most looking forward to. And there's just one thing I don't like. Just one thing. Hey Zayek, what's going on? Just one thing I don't like. And that one thing is I don't like pre-alphas. Like I don't like beta testing. I don't like alpha testing. I don't like pre-alpha testing. I do not like testing games. And I get it. Like, you have to do it. So a long time ago, I'm going to talk like 12, 13 years ago, I actually was a testing lead for, let's call it software, right? So I was a testing lead. I was the person, like, I was in charge of basically getting all the testing scripts and getting the teams to test the scripts. And usually testing leads also are doing localization. So I was doing all that, right? And that I felt like was like, okay, like I understood, right? Like, there's a testing script, like, you know, when you do X, does it do Y? And when you do Y, what does it do? And like, you do like, you know, it's like tens of thousands of these, if not 100,000 like testing scenarios, right? But I think like when it comes to like testing out a game, I just don't, because I don't know, like, is it supposed to run like this? Is it not supposed to run like this? You know, and I feel that by the time you put it in players' hands, now don't get me wrong, there's people who are paid to do marketing for the game, like figure out the market research, figure out what players like and if they'll like it or not. I don't think that should be the general population. Like, I just cannot, like, I do not want to be the testing for someone else's problems. You know what I mean? Because it leaves a sour taste in my mouth. A perfect example of this is not South of Midnight, is No Rest for the Wicked. Like, we got No Rest for the Wicked. So excited for it, right? And I play it. It is literally like in a beta state. It left like the pre-beta. It just left a really bad taste in my mouth. And I hate that for games. So when I see that, like, I'm like, oh, that looks super cool. But it's different if you tell me it's a demo, right? If you tell me like, yo, this is a demo, this is only a slice of the world, we're gonna be blah blah blah. But when you tell me like this is the game, I don't know, it just messes with me, man. Messes with me. I was in the paid beta for Baldur's Gate 3. You got paid, Roaster? I didn't know they paid people. And say like, oh, are you feeling better? No. You're still feeling a bit unwell. Well, Zalek, just take a little break. No need for you to stress yourself out. Hopefully you start to feel a little better. But that's my feeling about beta. And so when I see this game, I'm like, okay, cool. You're telling me it's in alpha, pre-alpha. So like, it's cool. I don't really want to see it. Like, I guess there's certain people who really like that type of stuff. They really like to be in that. I'm just not one of them. And I remember when I was not in a paid beta for Baldur's Gate 3. I remember playing Baldur's Gate 3 and it was not anything like that's when I was first getting back into gaming. And I just remember playing it and being like, oh, this is like, I didn't quite understand it. Maybe if I had played with like David Wilson, that like those people, I would have been better off if I played with people who knew what they were doing. But I just remember going into it and being like, what is this? So, and I understand it got better and better and better, but like, I don't know. I'm just very choosy with my time. It's like, I don't want to read a book that's still in like some edited form. You know what I mean? I'm not an editor. I don't want to watch a movie that isn't fully edited and cut. I don't want to hear a music track that's not optimized. You know, so I don't want to play a game that's not ready to go. I don't know. It's just me. It's just me. But I get it. Maybe some people are into that. I'm just not one. No, I paid for it. So you paid for them. What? That's what I'm saying. She really knows that game and he played it. Yeah, I think Inio like, yeah. I can see that. But yeah, that's just me. That's just me. I don't know. Maybe I'm coming off a little salty about that. I do want to talk about another game. So this one is actually a slice of a game. It's actually a thumbnail of the game. So this is Avatar's Frontiers of Pandora. So I actually did play this on one of my Sunday playthroughs. I played like the first, probably halfway through the tutorial. And I think this is so cool, right? Because this is a beautiful game. This is a game talking about Ubisoft that I don't think lived up to the expectations, but I don't think it has anything to do with the game. You know what I mean? Talking about like missing the window of when a franchise is really popular. I think that's Frontiers, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. Like, I really do think that. Like, I feel like if Pandora could somehow pull off like a cyberpunk type of deal, right? Like, so cyberpunk was there, did not do that well. And then, but over time, it got better, it got better, it got better. And then you have the Netflix series launched and it just like put life into that thing. And people were like, oh, it plays really good. And now you don't really even hear about cyberpunk bugs or anything like that. Like, you'll hear people say, oh yeah, it launched really poorly. But now it's like Obi Rose was in chat earlier. You sold it after I finished. I want to ask you why you did that, Zay. Like, just curious why you did that. And like what? And it's because like cyberpunk is like really pretty, right? Avatar Frontiers of Pandora is super pretty. Like, I've been in the world. Kind of has similar play mechanics to Far Cry, like from what I could see. But having a third person option, I think, is so cool. I'm a third person player. This is actually what I would hope that they do to Cyberpunk. As much as I want to go into Cyberpunk, it's just something with, I want to see it. Like, I want to see my character. I want to see the world, you know, and I'm really excited. Like, when I saw that they did this, I saw that they're still like adding patches to the game, still doing things with it. I thought that was super dope. Like I said, I think that that's just like really, really cool. And it might get me back into the game. I'll say it like this. Between Avatar Frontiers of Pandora and Red Dead Redemption 2, I'm leaning towards Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. Now, we're going to have to see how it moves because, like, part of that game, what makes it really unique is, like, you are an avatar and the movement is, like, kind of central. Zayek's going to have to let us know that. But from what I remember in the tutorial, like, you, like, jumping up and running and everything was kind of central. So I'm going to want to see that. I'm going to want to see the story. I'm going to want to do stuff. But Zay, like, I'm curious why you sold it. Did you not like it? Did you not like it? I didn't think it had much replayability. I did 100% at launch. Whoa, geez. Zay, like, even those 100%, man, that's impressive. You always do that. I didn't love it. Was first person, but still fun. So I used the value to trade for another game. Totally understand. I picked this game up on sale, by the way. I'm not like, I did not buy this game at full price. I think I bought this around the holiday season, I want to say. It was a sale. I know that much. And, but the fact that it is third person, I think, is something that would bring me into the game. Like, that is something that I'm like, because again, I think this game suffered because of circumstances. I think it suffered because, for one, there's like this campaign against Ubisoft. Two, I feel that people, unlike Harry Potter, games came out around the same time, like within a year of each other. Harry Potter had like this built-in fan base and people wanted to explore that world and become a wizard and do all sorts of stuff. I think Frontiers of Pandora, it didn't hit the same way. There wasn't as much overlap between the people who love Avatar and people who are not, who are gamers. I also feel like the second movie did not help this game. That's my other thing. I don't think the second movie helped. I don't think the second movie is a bad movie. I'm just gonna say I don't think the second movie helped the popular. Didn't really build people into this. Hey, Crow, what's going on? Jeff gave me his takes that Jeff's back. Jeff, you're back. Thought Jeff was good. Jeff, you didn't tell me what bad takes do I have tonight. I was hoping tempted to rebuy on sale if update is good. Maybe do the DLCs. So Zaya, I will play it. I'll let you know what my thought. You platinumed it, so you really know the game. But I will say that's something I was that one made that Avatar was not on my yo, let me go play this. Now I could see Avatar being my November, December game. Just to get through the story of that game. So that's how I felt about it. The poster for the new Avatar movie just came out. I didn't see it. What's it about? I didn't like the second Avatar. I just felt. How do I feel about the second Avatar? I just felt I didn't really. I don't know. I don't think it seemed too much like the first, in my opinion. But maybe that's just me. Jeff took a nap. Did he? I don't think so. I don't think he did. All right. With that, we're going to just show one more time. We've showed this trailer a couple of times. We're going to show it another time as I don't know. We're just going to show this trailer one more time. I haven't showed it in a couple of months. So here it is. You can play this game on Game Pass. That's the only hint I'm going to give you. Oh, well, that is the game. I don't have a trailer for that game. I just have... Oh, maybe I do. Hold on one second. Is this it? Yeah. There it is.
Is this bloodshed really what you wanted? Fate is all set in stone. You can't change how it ends. What will it take to finally awaken you?
There we are, Wu-Chang Fallen Feather. So Wu-Chang Fallen Feather, what I'm interested in this game for is really how it does compare to Black Myth Wukong. Now, granted, those are two totally different games, two totally different studios, but this is kind of like that second really big Chinese game that's going international. That's like a AAA game. And last year, if you remember, Black Myth Wukong broke all sorts of records, right? This game just launched in the United States. It's launching on Game Pass. Black Myth Wukong did not launch on Game Pass. And I'm not saying that does Game Pass help it or not. I'm not saying that from that perspective. But I want to test a theory around the Chinese gaming market. From kind of the muted, I don't know why, but if you remember when Black Myth Wukong was coming out, and I don't know if this was just part of the political discourse at the time, but if y'all remember Black Myth Wukong, these, what did you call it? The propaganda arm of the People's Republic of China, It's literally what they're called. They were really pushing this game pretty hard across a lot of channels. There was a lot of advertising for it. There's a lot of like I think Rudix got a free copy of the game to play. There's a lot of push for that. We don't see that with this game. And so I'm really interested about that because I would have thought last year, as Black Myth Wukong did fairly well, like now granted about 80 to 85% of the games were sold in China, but it still did pretty well. Like a lot of people, you know, I having beaten the game, like I've beaten that game actually like 2.5, almost 3 times. I think I beat it, has been it 3 times. There's a lot of themes in it. A lot of Buddhist ideology in it, right? And I would have thought China, like a lot of gamers were like, oh yes, it's anti-woke because of what China, but I think that was just to stir up political discourse. But now with this one, it's kind of been muted. I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's because Microsoft is maybe more involved with it coming to Game Pass. So like they've decided to do something else. But it just seems like this one has been muted. The game styles are similar. I've said this before. I think the art styles are different. I don't think the games are really that closely linked as some people would comment on. But yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why. So it's like kind of like this thought experiment as the game kind of continues. Like I'll know my answer within the next 2 days, right? Like Black Myth Wukong, it dropped and people were like everywhere, Black Myth Wukong, Black Myth, blah, blah, blah. This one, not so much. So it's an interesting thought experiment for me to kind of like understand this. Like stuff like that interests me, right? Like why did China support one of their games and not support the other one? I don't know. You know what I mean? It's Souls-like. Yes, it is. From what I understand. So Reforged Gaming played this game. I saw it on he did a review of the game. He said it's in between Black Myth Wukong and Sekiro, which I'm like, okay, I loved Black Myth Wukong. I hated Sekiro. So I don't know. Looking at the combat, it seemed a little different. The story may pull me in. Like, 'cause I want to play Zelda. I want to beat Zelda first. I actually wouldn't mind going back to Stellar Blade actually as well. So I don't know. 4 challengers every 3. It takes 8 challenges. My goodness, y'all are going hardcore. I don't do Game Pass, but I'll buy it when it's $8. Bro, $8. Will it ever reach $8? That's like a 90. It's on sale by $90 or 90%. No, yeah, it's like a 90% discount. I'm not saying it won't get down there because I just said I saw Far Cry 6 way cheap like that. But wow, Crow's a hard bargain there, man. But I might try it, but Souls-like, then it's not for me. Yeah, Roster, I'm split. I'm split on it. Like I love a solid hack and slash, and I don't mind hard bot. Like there's something different, but like it all comes down to the movement. Like that's why I like Stellar Blade. Like I didn't think I was gonna like that game, but the demo I played, I did like it, and it all comes down to the movie. How is the movie? Does it feel like I'm fighting, like with the controls, or is it smooth? Can I dodge? Can I pair? Like, does it feel very reactive? And I'm tempted to do it, but I'm just so like I said, I really want to beat 2 games. I really want to beat. I want to beat Tears of the Kingdom, so Rudix can get off my back about that. And I want to beat Dead Cells. Like I don't know why. Like I got into that game, and now I'm like I kind of want to go back to it. And if I can beat those 2 games, then the next game that comes at the end of the year, at the end of August, is Kenobi. Shinobi. I always think of Obi Rose when I say that. I don't know why. But Shinobi. I'm really looking forward to that. I bought Far Cry for $8. Jeez. How did you like that? So Far Cry, I've gotten done with 2 territories. I've not done the 3rd territory. Far Cry is a weird game for me. Like I come back, I play for like 10 hours, and then I leave for a year. And I come back and I play. So at this rate, I should be there around 2027. So yeah, that's where I am with Far Cry. A lot of Souls games don't have animation canceling. They do not. They do not. I think Black Myth Wukong, I think it did, depending on the move. I don't know. I just thought the world was interesting. I thought the story, again, I criticized that game for the story quite a bit, but I thought what it did for me from like making me dig into figuring out what was going on outside, I thought it was cool. I thought it was really, really cool. Wu Chang Fallen Feather, I don't know. I just don't know. And so, but the fact that it's not making the waves that Black Myth Wukong made, I just don't get it. I don't get it. Like I would have thought, like roughly last year around this time, I said if Black Myth Wukong does well, you're going to see like a flood of the Chinese gaming companies coming out and doing a ton of stuff. We don't see that. You know what I mean? And I don't get it. Like, is that a pullback from China? Is that just that Game Science had a better inside track? Was there like they saw, like, did the anti-woke crowd really push that game that much? Like I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. I paid $3 for Division 2. That's criminal. Animation kind of makes the game more fun, in my opinion. I think it just makes it, it makes it more responsive. Frontiers of Pandora is just Far Cry in space. Technically, it's on another planet, no? What was it? What was it that we would tease Simpleton on? There's a game called Kona. And there's a game called, what is it? Something Mars, Moon. It has Earth, Moon, Mars. Oh my god, I can't think of the name of it. But we say it's just Kona in space. Mission to Mars. That's what it, or Mission to the Moon or something like that. And so like that's in space. But I feel like Pandora's on another planet. That's just me. But Crow, I actually agree with your take. Like I am not, as I don't pay for subscription. I only pay for it for multiplayer. That's it. So, but usually I think my buying point is like 20 to 30. If it's a game I don't like, not buying day one, my buying point is usually 20 to 30, maybe 40. Like, but it has to have something super cool. So, Kunitsigami Path of the Goddess, I bought at 40. It was initially 50, but then I bought it at 40. Maybe I even bought it at 32. I don't remember. Deliver us the moon. There we go. I couldn't think of the name. But that's all the new. I don't think there's any more news. I think I covered it all for the most part. Sony partnership, everything. Yeah, we covered it all. It's interesting. Like I said, next week they're thinking that there's going to be a Nintendo Direct. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I do have a video coming out. I've been talking about this video. So I made this video like a month ago, but I haven't. No, I didn't make it a month ago. I made it like 3 weeks ago, and I haven't launched it because my other video that I did on Microsoft like did pretty well. So I'm doing an experiment. Like I'm doing like another one that's like semi negative towards Microsoft. Not super negative, but kind of negative. So if you're sensitive to that, warning, I am making a video that I have it ready to go. I launch it on Saturday, likely on Tuesday because Microsoft reports their earnings on Wednesday. And so that's coming out. It's done. I did some more stuff that's a little different. So hopefully, Whit, you've been really good at seeing the things I do differently on that. So I hope you all enjoy it. A lot of effort went into it. it's the first video I've done like this. And then I am working on another project, a really, really, really big project. And I'll probably talk about that maybe in a few weeks. But that's going to be for September. This is probably my most ambitious project yet. I'm still waiting on Baldur's Gate 3. It's still like $55. Yeah. Woo. Woo. That's expensive. See, Boulder, if you like it though, just go for it, roster. If you're patient, you can get super steep discounts. I got a super steep discount on Little Nightmares. I got it for $2 on the no, I got it for. So I bought. Here's my thing. If y'all want to come on, let me know. I'll drop the link. If you don't, no worries. I think I'm gonna go till 10. If no one comes on, I'm gonna go through 10. And I know everybody in chat, so I appreciate production and editing. Oh, Wit, you're gonna like this one. You're gonna like this one. I may drop it tomorrow and just hold it in the members only until Tuesday. I might do that. So you're gonna have to let me know what you think. I'm really excited for this because, like I said, it's the first time I ever did a video like this. And yeah, I don't know. Like I've heard it so many times. I'm like, oh, this is such a dumb topic, but I don't know. I'm experimenting with something. So just so y'all know, I am experimenting. Like that's kind of like the central thing. It's game to play. I always have a game to play with game. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I don't think I really talk too much about Game Pass. Maybe briefly. Actually, I do. I talk about it very briefly. I'm excited. Yeah, I'm gonna launch it tonight. I'm gonna launch it tonight for tomorrow, for a conversation tomorrow. What you think? But no, so I bought Little Nightmares 2 for Switch digitally because it was like super cheap. Now I've bought Little Nightmares on like every platform except PC. So I have it on Xbox, I have it on PlayStation, I had it on Stadia, and I had it on Nintendo. I have it in physical on Nintendo. Little Nightmares 2, I have it on physical on Nintendo. But I bought it digitally. And the reason I bought it digitally is because whoa. I think I figured something out here. The reason I bought it digitally is because so you'll have to ask. Gonna ask you all this question. So I had it physically on Switch, right? The physical edition was in a different room on the other side of the house. I wanted to play Little Nightmares at that moment because of the next project I'm doing. That's all I'm going to say about that. And so I had two options. I could go across the house to get the game, or I could buy it there for like $2. So I bought it for $2 digitally, even though I had it physically. I thought I got a pretty good deal on it because I'm like, yo, it's like 95% off, like literally 95% off. And so I don't know, like, I think I'm in this phase where I buy games because it's not just, maybe I have a problem, but I feel like I'm buying games now because of convenience. Like, which makes me like counter my physical edition thing with games. But again, like my physical edition thing with games, usually I don't open these games. And that game was open from GameStop. So maybe that's how I justify it. But either way, I bought it again. I didn't try Little Nightmares on Switch too, but on Switch, the load times are... So Little Nightmares on Switch, so I have the first... It's weird. I have the first one digitally, the second one physically, and the load times are fine. It runs better. 100%, it runs well. So no shit. Gotta catch it. Go later, Zalek. Hopefully you feel better. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, I think Little Nightmares for me, it runs better. Like almost every game I've played on Switch runs better. Like Assassin's Creed 3 for sure runs better. Little Nightmares ran better. Like Switch 2 to me just runs everything better. Some would say, hey, that should have happened with Switch 1. But I think right now, like I've not run into any issues with Switch 2, except with Mario Kart Deluxe. There was a time where I was playing Mario Kart Deluxe with Lens, and it kept dropping, like I kept getting disconnected. That was the only issue I had. And that could have been on my side too. So, like the internet. Yeah. What? Zalix over in Australia. I hope they feel better too. Zalix been going through it. Like I know last week they did that marathon session of Avowed. And then I think after that, Zalek was not feeling too good. So hopefully Zalek feels a little better. Thanks, Zalek, for coming by. But yeah, so yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm actually gonna launch this with just for you. I'm gonna launch it tonight. I'm gonna launch my new video tonight. Talk to me about if you want about the content, but it's really I want to get your opinion about something else. So, but yeah, that's what's going on. So just so you'll know, I am doing like more projects with the channel. Obviously, still do the podcast, even though it seems like we've lost like the summer months. I don't know if it's because there's nothing really controversial, or maybe I'm not making the title super controversial. But I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? Like we lose people. If I do stuff really controversial, they think I'm picking on their platform and stuff. And so I'm really trying to balance that out a little bit. So I would love y'all's opinion on that. Like, do y'all like the controversy? Do y'all like when I like go at Doc Dark or go at Cowboy? Or do you like the interviews? Like I never asked y'all that. But the podcast obviously started off with interviews. And then we morphed it to like current events because for one, people kept dropping from the interviews. And so when someone tells it happened like 3 times where it would be like 6 o'clock. I'm running like, I'm coming in from work. I'm like getting ready. And then all of a sudden I get a message like, hey, oh, was that today? Or, hey, I can't make it. And when the entire show is based upon interviewing someone, it created a risk. So that's when I started doing commentary on the news, because I usually talk about this stuff anyway with Cowboy on his podcast. But then what it's morphed to is that because the podcasts were really born out of like no worries with, because the podcasts were really like born out of the Stadia community, that was like a central community. Like it was easy to pull people, right? But now we've kind of like exhausted, and I don't mean that like in a negative, like we haven't interviewed everybody, of course. But that community isn't there. And so like what's happening now is like, as I go out to people, like they don't like, they're like, why am I coming to this? Like, what is the point of this? Like we try to get to know them and they're kind of guarded. It takes a lot longer for them takes a lot longer. Like when I'm doing a podcast, like to feel someone out, to make them comfortable and open up. And sometimes they don't open up. Like we had a podcast, I forget which one it was. There was one not too long ago, like within the last year, where I was like in the podcast. It just seemed like they were just guarded, and it was just really hard to get them to open up. And so that's why I went to this format. But this format, the thing about it is no one wants to like listen. And just if you think about it, like when you listen to the news, like this is stuff that I think about, by the way. When you listen to the news, if you think about it, like something like PBS, right? Public broadcasting station, public news, they will report on the news as well. And they report on it, it's very neutral, right? Don't tell the current administration that, but it is extremely neutral. However, what gets the most views? Like the more controversial segments. So of course, sometimes I may like invoke like another content creator to like make a point, or like I have to like I try to make my commentary not so much about a gaming company as much as like the more capitalistic sides of that. But that alienates like a portion of the audience, because my audience truly is very much like PC centric, console centric, Xbox centric, PlayStation centric. Some are Nintendo centric. And so it's really hard to then, like, how do you create that energy within chat? And like, I would say the last 4 podcasts for me have been very much like not a lot's going on, or, you know, people are on vacation, or like, how do I do it? So it is something that I've been struggling is a strong word. It's something I've been grappling. Look at that wrestling term. Something I've been grappling with, which is like, is it the time of the year? Is it the subject matter? Or is it just like, is it like I'm not approaching it that way anymore? I don't know. So I love y'all's feedback, because I think the people in chat right now are like, I think it's like Wit, Roster, Ambi. So that's something from the podcast side. And I should have made this like more of like a member stream than this one. Because like that's one thing that's going on. And then there is stuff I am doing on the video side. So the video on demand side, I guess is what you would call that. Several different projects are working. So like what y'all are going to get is like tonight, it's going to be like a purple shade. Purple shade. It's going to be kind of that type of segment. Yeah, no worries, Roster. I know you are. You're going to get kind of like that type of segment. But coming up in August, you might get something totally different. Like these projects in the fall, like into summer, are going to be very, very different. And I could see one doing really well. I could also see just not doing well at all. And the other one, I don't know. So I say all that to say, you may see some videos that are a little different, but just know it's because I'm experimenting with different things. We're still going to be playing Orcs Must Die. We're going to still be playing, or we might play World War Z. I really do want to play that one too. So if you're out there, Suave, World War Z. But still going to be doing that. Still will do the podcast. But as we've kind of like, I am like trying to get creative with the different form factors. Because Chariot Man said something really interesting to me when I was in his chat like a week and a half ago. And he said, Purple, I see the content you're making. You're really starting to become a content creator. And I thought about that. Cause like, I've been making content, right? But I think there is something to be said about like YouTube centric content, like content that's designed to be like watched. And I have like done well in that regard. But sometimes I just come on here and talk to people. Like, this is what I do. This is how I connect with people. So there are some things that I'm going to be putting forward that are much more audience centric, if that makes sense. Sounds exciting. Yeah. Sorry, I was zoning a bit. It's getting late. No worries, Roster. No worries. I was just seeing y'all's opinion about the channel. If y'all had any ideas, if there's anything that you were like, hey, Purple used to do this, or hey, Purple, have you thought about doing that? That's the only reason I said what I said. But like I said, later today, like look for it. It's gonna go. Like, you've actually inspired me with, because I'm going to end this stream in like 10 minutes. You've inspired me to launch a video I was going to wait a couple of days on, but I think I can launch it to the members early. So if you don't have a membership, it'll be there on the members only side for about a day. Or no, until Monday. And then Monday I'll launch it more publicly. And then hopefully like Wednesday it really takes off. That's my goal. But it may not. And I'm okay with that. Because yeah, I'm in the experiment. Like, when you're experimenting, you have to be okay with like things not happening the way you expect it to go. Which I'm fine. I'm fine with that. But that said, like I said, planned on if y'all have noticed, I've also started making the streams shorter. So there was a point there where we were getting 2.5, 3 hours every single Shades of Purple. I'm now bringing that back down to 2 hours, hour and a half. Part of that is because I do kind of miss a few of the regulars I love debating with. Maybe I was so convincing of my views, I scared them away. Like who, Rouster? I'm curious, who? Because some people, that's what I was saying earlier. I don't know. Rouster, you've been here for all of them. Crow Resin drops by quite frequently. Simpleton, I understand he's busy. Holtz is busy, right? Then we have the other regular Jaw, Cammy, busy doing parenting stuff. Obi always shows up in the beginning, but I know he can only stay for the first 30 minutes. Cowboy, usually this is his movie night. Lo-Fi, I think, is kind of busy as well now. And then we get Rudix comes by when he can, SPG comes by when he can, Cherry Man stops by when he can. So y'all kind of know the community, right? And if I miss someone. But yeah, so I think I understand why we've lost some people, it's just busy, and like I said, it's the summer. But I am kind of curious, would y'all want to see that? I could have easily made this conversation today much more controversial. But I don't know if is that what would y'all want that? You know what I mean? And what I mean by controversial is it's really easy for me to pick apart business decisions. I do that. I used to do that as a day job. But here, I always finish how, I don't care where you game, how you game, whatever. But some people take that really personal when I'm picking on their system. And I don't want people to feel bad. You know what I mean? Oh, Severin? Tall guy who talked about working out and was quite conservative in his views. Oh, he says he's tall. I don't know if he's actually tall. He'll pop in, watch he's sometimes lurking. He came in about a month and a half ago. He came in during when I had Doc Dark in my title. He came in. And but yeah, that's the thing. One of the things I got a lot of feedback on was remember there was a time there I was doing I would just stream just to the members. Those were more controversial topics, right? That was the affirmative action kit, that was the tariffs, that was this guy, Riskit, if y'all remember, he was crying about Xbox or Play. I forget what he was crying about, but he was crying. Those actually had decent viewer, for being in both. All of those were random. I didn't plan it. I was just let me go live. And so I've been thinking about that, but I've also been wondering if it's a summer thing. You know what I mean? I had the same reaction at Purple. What was that? What do you mean with what do you mean? What do you mean the same? Oh, about height. The dating stream. Yeah. I don't know. So that's my question. Would y'all want that? That's the question. I haven't, and I asked y'all because y'all are the regulars, right? Y'all are always here. And if y'all want that, if y'all want something where it's a more personal take, right? It maybe it's a more controversial take. I can do it, especially now. You know what I mean? I could definitely do it now. There's so much going on in the world that I can intertwine to a gaming description. That might make actually good content. I just thought about that. But from a video perspective, I could do it. I just don't know if that's what y'all want to hear. I do think too many people take their plastic box a bit too serious. Don't you talk about my Nintendo, Ambi. No, there's definitely quite a few interesting, fun topics. Yeah, and so like that's my thing. Like right now, like I was watching like Doc Dark, right? Doc Dark had a video on and don't get me wrong, Doc Dark has been one of my champions since like day one. Like him and Squids. You know, Squids no longer comes by. But to be fair, I haven't been by Squids' channel in a while. So Squids, if you're out there, I definitely want to go by your channel again. But like there are like those topics that I just don't know. Like it's too easy to pick on Xbox because it's Microsoft. It's just too easy for me to do. Sony doesn't talk. Nintendo, for me, Nintendo, what they say, they deliver on. It's hard to pick on them. But there are like topics that are like Doc Dark. He's doing Steam versus Windows OS. Like, that's not my thing. You know what I mean? Is that the new console? Like, that's not my thing. Handhelds, like people are like Switch 2 versus the Legion Go. That's not my thing. Like it's kind of like not authentic to me, right? And I think y'all can tell like when I'm not being authentic. And I want y'all always to think like that, hey, you're getting like my actual take. Because I think authenticity is going to be super important in the future. It's important now, but you've noticed this with content, not just gaming content creators, right? There was this whole anti-woke manosphere. A lot of people jumped on that. But now that we see that the current administration is actually doing some really bad stuff, they're like, oh, whoa, I didn't mean that. Like, whoa. It's like, no, dude, you're fake. You know what I mean? But the one thing I don't want anybody ever to say is like purple, like, and this is in my real life, and maybe that makes me like not a great content creator, right? But you know where I stand. You know, I never want to be wishy-washy. Like, if you have, like, where does this chick stand on this topic? Like, I'm going to tell you. I'm either going to tell you I stand over here, I stand over here, I don't understand enough of it, or I don't care enough about it. Right? It's going to be it's going to be in the ballpark of that. But hopefully, if I do ever switch my opinion, I'll let you know, like, hey, I'm switching my opinion on XYZ because this is why I found out, and that kind of that's central to me, right? I can go, at least for me. Yeah, Rouser, I think the same thing because he's way over there on the West Coast. And so I don't know. So maybe next week we do that. Like if there's a Nintendo Direct, like obviously, and if it's something I want to cover, then I'll do the Nintendo Direct, right? But if y'all are like, hey, we kind of want that edginess, and I don't mean it's like console war. Like I said, I feel like I'm punching down when I pick on Xbox because it's just too easy for me. But if y'all want like that other type of stuff, right? Whether it was like the tariff one, a lot of people like the tariff one. Like I got a lot of feedback from that one. Or maybe there was that one we did with the gaming, right? The guys versus like gaming guys or something. We did something like that. If y'all want more like that, because I don't think there's a lot of people who talk like that, right? Because like most of the guys talk about like gaming news and like I said, I can definitely do that, but over the last few weeks, I've been really trying to figure out like if I'm just doing the news, what's different? You know what I mean? Like obviously, I bring a business lens to it, and I think most of the things I predicted have come true. But I don't know if that's entertaining enough for y'all. So the only time I've ever seen anything resembling fakeness was like for a comedic effect, and it was this is a cowboy. Yeah. I like the tariff one. Yeah, you know, like there's more there's a ton of stuff like we could do with that, right? In the current world of events. And that's taken aside, right? That's using like gaming to inform another conversation. And so that's like potentially taking aside, but usually, and maybe that's what I do, which I'm fine with doing. Like I just had that topic earlier today, which I don't know if y'all caught it, but I did say something that was fairly, some people would say like elitist, which was, if it's a game you really want to play and you're worried between $70 and $80, and it's something you really want to play, but you're willing to pay 70, but you're not willing to pay 80 because it's too expensive, you can't afford it. I'm going to be very honest. Like, I think maybe like gaming, like there's some other priorities on your hierarchy that you need to get in place, right? Like that's a controversial take. A lot of people would say that's super controversial. But I truly believe it. Nothing wrong with taking a side if you're informed. Taking a side can attract interest. I think so. Like, and so maybe like, and maybe y'all don't agree with, but like that's like maybe that's what I should name the headline, right? I should name like the title of the podcast in that regard. If you're mad at $80 games, you need to be mad at something else, right? Like maybe take a very open stance on that. You know, if you notice when Doc Dark and I were like kind of going back and forth, I went back and looked at this because Jack of all trades actually messaged me about this. And Rouster, I think you messaged me on this one too. When Doc Dark and I were going back and forth, I'm not kidding you all. Because the thing in the background will tell me like y'all have streamed content before. It'll tell me how much my concurrent viewers are, and it's always inflated by the end of the show. Like it'll say, "Oh, you have 15," and then it'll recalculate and it'll be like, "Oh, we double counted. It's really 13." I had 26 people during a solid 15 minutes there, and it wasn't because Doc Dark invited. He didn't bring them in. It's because we maintained groups and people just kept coming in and watching that type of stuff. And I forget what we were talking about. I think it was like Nintendo or something dumb, right? But I'm always like worried, like, is that going to alienate people? Or is that the reason we watch it? Yeah, $10 is barely anything these days, Sally. I got the Super Ultimate Diablo 4 for $100. But Ralston, that's my thing though. Like Cowboy, you know, Cowboy may come back and rewatch this because he does. Shout out to Cowboy. He does rewatch my content. Cowboy would come back and he would say $80 is too much, but he'll spend $130 on the WWE Ultimate Edition. And I'm like, I don't get it. You're spending $130 every single year. And $80, like, I understand 80. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, would I have rather spent 70 versus 80? Of course. But for me, there are too many other things I'm going to worry about. You know, like I will tell you this. Spending 70 versus 80 does not compare to the frustration I had last Saturday when I was trying to stream on OBS and I couldn't with Orcs Must Die. Stuff like that. Like, I would rather pay $80 for something that I know will run, that has no bugs, that's easy to use, than paying $60 for something that may like Jinx out or something. No shame to Jinx, right? Jinx actually comments on a lot of the videos. And maybe that's the take. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of these topics that I guess we should do. So, Lo-Fi, we were just talking about you, man. No, we're just talking, Lo-Fi. What's going on? Maybe they don't want the base price to be 80. I think that's what Cowboy would say. Cowboy would say he doesn't want, And Lo-Fi, if you want to come on, let me know. I can drop a link. We haven't talked to you in a while, so Lo-Fi, and I know Rouser's trying to go to sleep, so but I think Cowboy would say, hey, the base game shouldn't be 7. It shouldn't be 80. It should be 70, and then you should do add-on. But I think when you continually charge for add-on content, to me, that's worse. Like, how many times have we said, like, Robolica with The Sims? Okay? Robolica has spent thousands of dollars on The Sims. Now, if you were to tell Robolica, like, and this would be a great question for her. Hey, Robolica, you can pay $100 up front and get 3 years of content for free from The Sims. Or do you want to pay, I don't even know how much The Sims are, right? You want to pay $30 up front, but every season or every 2 months you have to pay $5. Some people would be like, yes, give me the $30. But if you're into value, let's go drop it. All right, let's go. All right, we're gonna. If you're into value though, and maybe that's the thing, like I'm a value investing type of person, then I'm going to spend it on what I think is the best value. There you go. There you go, Lo-Fi. A lot of gamers need to remember that they are one driving up the cost of development when they want for higher graphics. Ambi, I'm with you. And maybe that's what I need to make maybe that is what we do. Like maybe I have a couple of like gaming, and Louis does this, right? Louis like goes on Reddit and like it's so funny. Louis pulls like the most controversial topics. He has no information about it. He's just going off of a title and talking. And maybe I should do the same thing. But I don't want to be like he's like very Xbox centric, and maybe that's what I change. Maybe I just maybe that's what I do, right? Maybe I use logic, because too many of these dudes on these channels are too emotional. And so maybe that's it. I don't know. Like I've been thinking about this like over the last month. If you haven't noticed, I like really have been putting a lot of thought on this. Like, if I do this, what differentiates me? What makes me like? It's the same news, you know. Like you could read it, especially if it is not a business angle to it. Or do I do these other topics that are a little bit more? I don't know. Controversial is not the right word, but is more opinionated. Maybe that's what I want to say. Value is paying upfront. Yeah, Rouser, I agree. And that's where I think like, but that's my thing. Like, it's weird because I feel like, oh man, Lo-Fi's here. Lo-Fi, what's going on?
Oh,
Yeah.
Hey,
Lo-Fi.
what's up, everybody?
What has been going on? We're talking value.
Talking value. Oh man, that's a good one.
We're talking value. We're talking.
What's
that?
the argument over value?
So it's like this. And I'm gonna take a real topic. We're gonna test this out, right? It can be a mix. Ooh, what's coming with the stuff? So we've been talking about the channel, like over the last 20 minutes or so, which is like, or this programming, the podcast.
Yeah.
And kind of like, oh, you know, when I have like a controversial topic, like we see more viewers, but at the same time, like, does that alienate people, right? And so some of my most like over the last 6 months, some of the, whether it's like in Discord or like in the comments, some of the headlines that have been the shows that have gotten the best response have had some type of controversial topic. And I'm wondering, like, should I move more in a controversial, but like an opinionated format or not? And so right now we're talking value.
That's a tough question. Me personally, I mean, I don't like picking sides, you know, because like people like what they like, but
right.
But value, you know, you still gotta have an opinion, right?
Yeah. So here's my thing. You want to hear my value on this one? Like, and this is how I would turn it into a real world conversation. Okay.
Okay.
To me, value is like over the lifetime of something. Okay. So who is getting the value if we use The Sims, right? If The Sims is $30,
Okay.
but every other month you're going to charge me $5 for the next 6 years. Was The Sims really $30? No, it comes out to be like way up there, right? Versus like if a game's $80, but every other content after that is free, which one's the better value? Go ahead.
I think back to my fondest times of playing games, and that was during Halo 2 era. That was my favorite time gaming. I had to buy Halo 2, and then I had to pay a monthly fee just to pay it online. And I would say that game gave me the most value I've ever gotten out of a game. Because I wouldn't have kept paying for it if I wasn't getting value.
That $10 was worth it for you.
Oh,
but you played it. So you played it a ton.
Every day. All day.
But would you not have rather, in that same scenario, all right, so that's giving you tons of value. You're getting the online. You paid it. But you weren't paying for content. It was just for you to play with other people.
There was content download. There was DLC from time to time, but it wasn't a game breaking thing. It didn't matter. It wasn't a big deal.
So I think if you're playing it a ton, then and if that's the game for you, right? You're playing it a ton.
Yeah.
Then that has value for it, right?
But I mean, it could have been the flip side. I could have had a PlayStation game, and I wouldn't have had a monthly fee. I would have just bought my game and played up, because back then it was free for
PlayStation.
Online. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. That's a tough argument, but if you're getting value, you're going to keep paying.
So I guess here's where I would make a very controversial statement and taking a side on something that's like real world and using gaming as why is my camera out of focus? And using gaming as a vehicle to discuss something, right?
Yeah.
There is something right now out, and I'll be very honest with you. There is a bill that was passed in Congress called the Big Beautiful Bill, right? And some people would be saying, like, we got a good deal on that. Our taxes stayed down. If I have a kid today, I get this is what it's called, a Trump account for $1,000 for having a kid.
Oh,
that's awesome.
I don't like that.
Why not? That's awesome. You get $1,000 for having a kid.
Oh no, I mean you got that anyway.
See, now you're understanding lo-fi. This is my point.
Like that was already there.
You're getting to my point. Because for some reason, within gaming, it's like, I don't know what's happened here. Like, to your point, you already got that. Oh, by the way, having a kid is like way more than $1,000, right?
Yeah,
yeah. Like that's a lot more.
But I mean, you do your taxes at the end of the year. That's there already.
It's exact. I don't know. I don't know. So I agree with that. But there's some type of thing that's permeating gaming spaces that would tell you, that would switch up the equation, right? They're like, we're going to give you something free up front.
Yeah,
but in reality,
no such thing as free shipping.
There's no such thing as free shipping. No, yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
But exactly. But this is my.
I know that sounds weird, but I mean, if you catch what I'm putting down,
you had to buy something first. Like, you know what I mean?
The price for the thing you're getting for free is already built into what you paid for. It's in there. You paid for it. You're not getting anything for free. Yeah.
Right. And so I feel like in gaming, we've done that. In gaming, I feel like it's as if the entire conversation has revolved around these people who have said, but you get free shipping, or has revolved around these people that said, but you get $1,000 for having a kid. Right. Meanwhile, the same people who are saying, oh, you're getting free shipping and oh, you're getting $1,000 for a kid. Those same people before were criticizing people for having a kid for government for assistance, right? Like,
yeah.
right. It's the same group of people. Like you
It's all in the
criticize
packaging, I guess.
yeah, it's your exactly your packaging, right? Or oh, you're always wanting something for free. You're freeloading, right? So this group in gaming, all right, it's like they use the same like kind of things. Where if I was to say like back then, oh, like I am going to like nickel and dime you to death on this like got you mechanic in games, right? Or oh, I'm going to launch a game and it has bugs. That same group would have said, wait, stop it. I want delay the game or charge me more. Don't give me bugs or just charge me everything up front. So when you have a game company that does that, now it's bad. It's like, wait a second, everything is bad unless the game company's pushing something.
They don't really know what they want until they see it.
But they do because what I guarantee you this, Lo-Fi. Here's my thing though. I guarantee you this. Let the game have like a naked chick on it. Right?
I was about to say
you already know where you already know.
Have her in there.
Let the game have something like that. Let the game have like, you know, blonde eye, blue eye, like blonde hair, blue eye ninja, right? Like,
oh yeah,
you already know. And so like, that's why I say like, I almost have to, I feel like that's why I say I have to take a side. Because it's like, wait. We've let this, and people who have been in our community, our Stadia community, like the community that this chat was formed, like this community was formed of, have fallen into that. Like I find myself on other people's chat, like, how did you get, like, is it because, what did Purple not do? You know, like what, like you were a sensible, you enjoyed Stadia, you enjoyed like that, but now you are like, what happened?
Went way to the other side. Yeah.
And so like, that's why I'm saying like, potentially I need to be a little bit more forceful about this. Cause like I said, I can pick on Xbox. It's too easy to pick on a multi-trillion-dollar company. Like when you're not a multi-trillionaire, right? Like
it's Microsoft. It's not hard at all.
It's not hard. It's not hard to do that, right?
No.
And then people are gonna get super upset and offended when I'm like, do you not realize? Okay, fine. You wanna like protect them, so be it. But maybe I need to come at it from a different angle, which is just to be like what we just talked about, the value, right? And like taking something from there, like what is value? Like if I package that exact same thing and I said, yo, this is political, y'all. I'm about to get very political with y'all. If I said, yo, there's this chick on the side of the road over there with a whole bunch of kids and SNAP benefits, you already know the package, like I have presented to you. But if I then say same person, like, but oh, there's a woman and she's going to get some Trump account dollars. Like it's totally different.
Isn't that what you get at Dave and Buster's?
I know. I think they buy their stuff. They don't buy it from China, but I'm joking.
So okay. So does Stop Killing Games play into this at all?
So Stop Killing Games is interesting, right? Because I don't
even think I fully understand it, to be honest with you. But
okay, so Stop Killing Games, and I think that's what they're trying to get to, right? Like, so Stop Killing Games is a perfect example of one of those things, in my opinion, that sounds really cool. It's like,
it sounds like a great idea.
It sounds like it's as if a party all of a sudden says, we're the party for, we want you to breathe oxygen. It's like, oh yeah, that's a fucking good idea, man. Like, yeah,
we should be.
Yeah, why is the other team not talking about that? The other team does not, like, that's That's what I feel like this.
Antioxidant.
Like, yes, exactly. And so the stop killing games thing is kind of the same energy when you start peeling back the onion on this. Like, yes, it sounds super like stop killing our games. It like if I buy the game, I should own the game forever. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. Like you bought it, you own it forever.
Sure.
What if the game's a live service game? What if the like are you going to pay for it forever? Right? Like at the end of the day, it's purely a business decision. Are you going to pay for it forever?
Yeah.
And then okay, but they go a little bit further than that, right? Because then when you actually break it down, what they want to do is they actually they want to buy the game. Like I don't even think they want to buy the game. Okay, they wanted the game almost to be open source. Like when you really peel it back, and so it's like so. What's the business relationship here?
Yeah.
Like, are you? And so I think that's like when you really pull it back.
I see how it's a problem for in this case when like you're shutting down the service and it's like I can't give you access that you need without exposing login APIs and things like that, like where you're getting personal information from their service side.
Yeah. No, it's a I understand. I think there's a middle ground for sure. But I also think like again, when I hear the stop killing games thing, I'm like, I'm not in Europe, so I'm really not like okay, like y'all go do you. But I also feel like there's a little bit of some other alternative motives behind it that are not.
Yeah, it's not perfect. It's not like the old days where you could emulate a game and no big deal. Like, I mean, they don't even want you to do that. So having to emulate a service on somebody's local machine and then yeah, it just sounds sloppy. I get why people want to own what they pay for, and I mean, I can see how this all relates to value and everything, but I can't. My little lo-fi brain can't put it all together for you. But it's I think you should be able to own a game. Though.
I think you should be able to own, like I said, I think you should be able to own a game. I think there are some games that you never fully owned, right? You owned maybe like a license to get to some server, some game.
Yeah.
Right?
Like Ubisoft taking away my entire Ubisoft library.
That shouldn't have happened, right?
It shouldn't have.
And I don't think that's like, I think that's Ubisoft having some like issue. Like,
yeah.
Like, I think that, so like, I think it's one thing to say like, hey, here's a great game that may happen to this. I paid for Outriders, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now I can't play Outriders anymore because the server's down, blah, 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 blah. Right? But you paid for it. And is there a way to make a game that has live service components? Is there a way to make it no longer alive, right? To make it kind of like a standalone. Like there's one that's an argument. But there's another argument where you're saying like, oh, I paid for a game, but now I want all these other things that come with it. And it's like, that's where I kind of draw the line. And I don't know, to your point earlier, I just see like, I'm not sure if this impacts me as much. And so when I say taking a side, this one is one of those where I'm like, I don't think it impacts me as much, but I think the side that is saying stop killing games also has some like kind of like nefarious reasons behind them.
See, I think that we need to look at it differently. Like, I think it needs to be more like not cryptocurrency. What are those little goofy pictures you can buy?
Oh, Oh, meme coins or whatever. No, you're talking about the ones with the monkeys. That was like
The
the really big
monkeys, yeah.
NFTs.
NFTs. So, like, the idea of the metaverse, like when I should be able to, if I can't keep the game, I should be able to take my character and purchases that I made and be able to go into other games with them. You know
So
what I mean?
so I think that's probably what Roblox and Epic are trying to do.
Yeah.
Right.
I could definitely see them trying to do that.
Right. And I think Roblox is they're the ones that probably could do it the best.
Well, I mean, you sold me all this junk, and now you close your game down, and then not only I can't play the game I like to play, but then also all my junk's gone.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things about the digital economy we have not that we have not fully explored, to your point. But I don't think that's unique to video games. Like, I think there's a ton of do you remember like in the late 2000s, like 2005 to 2010, right? So this is like pre social media breaking out like the way it
We're
did.
waiting for the 2012 End of the World Mayan calendar.
Yeah, that
Okay,
like
I can
that.
picture it.
Okay, like there were like a lot of games that were trying to be like Second Life, right? Or trying to be like The Sims, like ton of them, right?
Ton.
And those games all had like their own universes, their own marketplaces. And some of those servers are gone, right? Like, I don't think this is like a modern day thing.
Right.
And so in that regard, I'm not saying like, oh, this shouldn't be handled. What I am saying though is there is some inherent risk with buying things digitally. Like,
Yeah.
period.
Like there was a ton of games that, like when they shut down the Xbox Live for Xbox 360, there were a ton of what they called arcade games.
Yeah,
just standalone
Xbox
games
Arcade,
that were just gone. They're not there anymore. And the games that people like that they grew up on. And I don't know if they ever fixed that or not, but like those are the kind of problems that I think people have when they look at value too. But I don't know. Anyway, go on. You were discussing earlier about Cowboy. What was that?
No, so it was like when we were talking about like I was just using him as an example about value. And Cowboy, he made a pretty big deal about Mario Kart World being $80.
Okay.
And
he thinks it's too high.
Yeah, well, he thinks it's ridiculous, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, he's willing to spend $130 on WWE Ultimate Edition, Premium Ultimate Gold, right? Whatever the edition is. And so to me, I was like, okay, like, why are you willing to do that? And Cowboy would say, like, well, because the base game's 70. But I'm like, yeah, but all the other things. He's like, no, you don't understand. I get costumes and other things for that $60. And I'm like, okay. But Mario Kart World has it kind of different. They're like, hey, 80 and you get everything.
Unlock everything.
And, like, yeah, it's unlocked everything. Like, you get all the characters and you get all the updates coming up. And it's a game that's supported for like 10 years.
Okay.
Right?
If you don't pay the 80, what do you get?
You don't get anything. The game is 8. Unless you buy the game in a bundle for like Switch 2 is normally $450 the entire, or you can get it bundled.
Beyond cosmetic, are you hindered in any way?
For what, WWE?
No, for Mario.
If you don't buy the 80, that's it. Like the game is 80 flat.
Oh, I got you.
So that's the question. Like which one is the better value, right?
Yeah.
And I think Cowboy was saying like, no, the game should be like 60, for example, and then put too. If you want more tracks or whatever, more costumes or whatever, then charge the extra 10.
In-game purchases is he talking about, or just
Just in
stuff you
general, I think he would
Okay.
defend that point. And
Got
my point is like, okay, but what do you get for 80? And that's where I start to push back on the idea that they're still supporting Mario Kart Deluxe. That came out like 11 years ago, right? So when you're talking about Mario Kart, okay, you got a game that they're going to support for like 9 to 10 years. Are they still supporting talking about Don't Kill Games? Like, I don't even think they're still supporting like Call of Duties from 9 to 10 years ago. You know what I mean? And so, it's like, okay, you have a game that they're going to support for 9 to 10 years. You also have all the things unlocked. And you also are going to have access to like the tracks and so forth and whatnot at no additional cost, right?
Okay.
But the other game that you're willing to spend $130 every year on, because he's a fan of WWE, right? He's like, yeah,
Right.
every year. But you're making fun of the $80 game, but you're spending like hundreds
It's
of
the
dollars.
same thing, though. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's different, but it's the same thing. It's just in a different way.
I think it is this, and so then that's where I look at. Hey, thank you, Ambi. Thank you.
Sweet.
And so I think that's kind of my thing about value, though. I think you make a great point. It's like, hey, if I have value in this, and then there was a different thing he made. We talked about phones, Cowboy and I, about value. And again, he bought a Samsung Fold phone last year for $1,800.
Yeah.
And so,
which he uses. He
Right,
did
so-
not, right? He uses it.
right. So he bought the second one that he bought another one that came out this year and for another $1,800 or for $1,600, several, like, $1,800, right? Like,
Yeah,
like,
right.
and so
he paid full price.
yes. And so I said, well, how are you going to, so, cause he was criticizing Nintendo Switch price of $450. So I was like, how are you criticizing $450 when you're spending $3,000 over 2 years for a phone? And he would say, well, I'm a phone guy. And I'm like, yeah, but there's Nintendo people. He's like, no, but Purple, you don't understand. I like phones. And I'm like, yeah, but
You
like,
understand? People like Mario Kart.
yeah, like I don't understand. How are you having, like, maybe it's not for you. And I could totally understand if people were forcing you to pay $450 for something you didn't want, kind of like people are forcing you to pay a tariff. But that's a different story. We're not going to talk about that, right? But that's not the case. Like, if it's not for you, it's not for you. But for you to like kind of come out here and say, oh, that's a poor value, when at the end of the day, you just bought a phone that does basically the same thing as the other phone that was 18 and you just bought it last year. That to me blew my mind.
No, he's falling for the same game, just somewhere else.
Yeah, like, and that's my thing. I feel like there's this part of the segment of the population who it's understand, like, who don't necessarily look at like the full value. They look at the first thing they see, right? They look at this first thing they see, and they're like, oh, I get 1 month free. And then they don't see the second, third, and fourth month are like $100. And it's like,
well, it's like when I go to the grocery store and they're like, buy this thing and get $5 off. And then you go to buy the thing and the thing's $10.
oh, we lost lo-fi. Lo-fi will come back. But no, I totally get it. It's like, buy this thing, $5 off, $10, but it's like, I wasn't even going to buy the thing for $5 initially. But it's $5. Totally understand. And I think, like, I'm pretty sure lo-fi, or I'm curious where he's going with it. But to the conversation we were having earlier, Ambi, Wit, Rouster, I think that's kind of like, should I bring up more topics like that are more like emotional because people are spending stuff on it. Love, are you there?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I got a little reconnect thing.
No worries. But yeah, keep going.
I forget what I was building up to.
It was like $5. You buy a bag of chips for $10, but it's $5 off.
Yeah, it's not really worth. You know what I mean? And it's all. Some people might look at that and think, "Oh, that's worth it." You know,
that's a great deal. That's a great.
It's packaging. You know,
it's all about And so my thing, I think, is I always look at. I think value is subjective, especially something in video games. But I also think when people start throwing out terms like anti-consumer, right? But they don't actually call out true anti-consumer practices. They're calling, like, if you're going to say something's too expensive, then just don't buy it, right? Like, is Louis Vuitton anti-consumer because it's too expensive?
You're right.
Maybe, like, I don't know, if people want to wear Louis Vuitton and they want to spend that money, cool. But for the rest of, like, we'll buy a bag. You know what I mean? But I think we use these terms that are very, like, paint a gaming company or paint a developer or paint a certain thing as like anti-consumer or going against the will of the people. And it's like, I don't know. I think we villainize things in gaming while at the same time as the things that truly are destructive and anti-consumer, people kind of turn a blind eye towards.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they want to sell product, right? Like, that's how you make money. You sell product. And if your product isn't selling, you're going to have to, like, repackage, reformulate, go back to the drawing board. And they obviously have it nailed down.
Yeah. No, I think that,
and then there's one thing, like, it's one thing when, like, you see Microsoft buying up tons of studios, and then you think maybe this is going to result in us getting a lesser product because there's a monopoly there. But that's not what's happening in this instance. You know, it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think
these guys are making money, and if it wasn't packaged right, they wouldn't be.
No, I think you're right there. And I think, though, I think there is some, I think where I draw the line is I think there is some packaging that is actually anti-consumer. But people, because it's so packaged so well, it's like we're for oxygen. It's like that. It's like, yeah, of course. It's like, no shit. You're missing the entire point that they want to sell you oxygen, you dumb ass. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's like, we want to sell you clean oxygen. Okay, yeah, I want clean. It's like, no, idiot. Like, oxygen shouldn't be for sale. You know what I mean? So it's stuff like that I don't know. I think I'm going to take a stronger stance on the channel. I'm going to push back because I feel like that type of discourse, unfortunately, I would have thought it was always for entertainment purposes. But I think there are people who truly, because there's no counter narrative, they're like, oh, well, I guess that must be true. Like, that must be the right, like, because there's no, and I think I'm going to start taking, like, some counter points to things. Even though,
even if you're not taking counterpoints, like, just discussing it opens people's minds to new avenues that they didn't see before.
Yeah. Or just another explanation, right? Or another point of view, or like.
You're saying you're going to do more videos like that, or more lives like that?
More lives.
Okay.
Because I think the podcast, like, as I was saying, like, the podcast started off with interviews, right? But there's a point to where there was definitely a point where less people to interview, and the people who were scheduled were dropping. And so I had to, like, switch to, like, current events and explaining it from my point of view. But even that kind of gets a little, like, you can read that. You can get that from anyone, right? And if we look at the shows that do well, they usually have a slant.
I think you do really good interviews. I would save them for when you know they're really going to have an impact.
Oh, I still would do them. Yeah. Like, I still will do them. Like, I'm not saying not to do them, but they are it takes time. People are like, oh, especially now they're like Thursday. Like you gotta like, it's not like with Stadia where it was like a community where we were all coming together and we all like it. It now is like some people are like, oh, like I do my show on Wednesday and Thursdays when I spend with the kid, and it's like, okay, like you have to like juggle all this stuff. So I still will do interviews.
Stadia was a great cloud gaming platform, but dude, that's the one thing that the way it connected everybody was different, and I think that's a whole separate thing that somebody could still pick up on.
Well, I think it was partly because it was smaller, right? And it seemed like we were all like, it was cool. It all worked for us, and that made the community tighter and more tight knit.
You had to know how to take a beating if you were a Stadia person.
Yeah, everybody was saying he was going to die, and so we were kind of all like trying to, pump each other up. So, like, but I'm just saying from the aspect of like finding people, it was a lot easier to find people. Now it's like if I go someone else's channel, it's like, well, what connection do we have? So I have to start this relationship with them, right? Like I had to show that I'm invested in their community and their channel, and I then have to like kind of figure out like what is that, because they don't know what Shades of Purple is. They're like that takes time, Where Stadia was kind of like, oh, Ray would have me on, or you would have me on, or Cow, and it's like, oh, okay, Purple's cool.
There was a lot of an exchange,
yeah, and so then that's why I moved to like my more current event type of format. But with that.
See, I think that's another reason I got into Minecraft, was because I was spending a lot of time alone in that. And I was like, I'm tired of being here by myself. Let me just do this on YouTube. But it was because of exactly what you were saying. Like it got harder to have that exchange.
And I think your Minecraft, you were going back to Minecraft, right?
Eventually.
Yeah. And so, and I think that's where I'm kind of trying to figure out like, what is the unique proposition? Like if I just do news content, but I try to keep it neutral, even though I like to pick on really multi-trillion-dollar companies, right? But I try to keep it neutral. That's not engaged. Even if I bring in the business, people want the business when it validates their opinion. Right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and people act like it's a religion when they get upset about it.
Exactly. So is there another angle I can take that can still be controversial, but still true to me? That was kind of the initial conversation. And that's where I was saying like, well, and we talked about it. Like there was something about like dating, gamers and dating. There's stuff I did about tariffs. There was something I did about the affirmative action kid. There's something like those are still true to me. And I think it's a unique take, and it has to do like it's tangentially talks about gaming, and if I can weave in some stories in there, but maybe that's the angle I take, right? So that's all. That's what we were talking about. Like I was talking to Chad about that. Like what would they see? Like what would they be comfortable with that? I am doing some different type of content coming up though for the videos for sure.
Nice.
So I'm going to drop one today. I'm going to drop it later today, and it's going to be very upfront. I took it. It's going to be a different.
Something you've already recorded?
Yeah, it's recorded.
Okay.
I would premiere it now. I would premiere it now for you. But I don't have it loaded up. But I would premiere it for you. Yeah. But I'll probably have it probably like 10 minutes after this. I'm going to drop it. It's going to be a purple shade, but I did some stuff that's a little different just to see if that makes a difference in how people receive it.
Okay.
And then
are you doing any shorts along with your content?
So I did a short on Mario Kart. It was my most viewed piece of content. I think it's sitting at like 50. It's over 5,000 views.
There's no rhyme or reason to those.
Yeah, well, I think with the Mario Kart ones, there is like you do something goofy or something and whatever. But I'm not a short. Like if I see something that happens in Mario Kart when we play or Orcs Must Die, sure. I will probably. There is a project I'm working on in September that is going to be very different for the channel. It's going to still be gaming. Don't worry. Like, I don't want anybody to be like, oh, I'm turning to a reaction channel for like the, I don't know, the Diddy trial. No, that's not what we're doing. But there are going to be a couple of projects that I am.
We're going to be dropping a couple Birds Aren't Real videos.
Something. Yeah. So there are like two different more long form, because the videos are what brings in the subscribers. Like I can do live streams, like Shades of Purple brings in no subscribers, right? Like there was a time where it did, no longer does that. The thing, Mario Kart brings in subscribers. And the videos, virtually every single video brings in at least 2 to 3 subscribers.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the last one I did, the one that got like, for me, it's big. Got like 1,600 views, 1,700. It got like a lot for me within the first 3 days. That brought in 30 subscribers.
Oh,
so,
cool.
Yeah. So I'm like, all right. That means like.
Well, that's all consistent growth. So I would, I mean, whatever you're doing is right. Like you're making moves.
Yeah, I'm just
Eventually
trying.
Hopefully it'll kind of mold together and into one thing.
Yeah, well, I'm okay with so everybody. When we first started, we heard this. We saw this from some people. They would be like, "Hey, I had a channel, but I stopped it because I want to pivot it into a different direction, right?" And so they would create a new channel. It's like what? And I think the algorithm has gotten strong enough. If you label it correctly and you target it, like you do the right thumbnail, you label it, that you can have multiple. Like, don't get me wrong. Like for me, it would always have to be something related to gaming, but I can have multiple different types of like content. Like,
I mean, I make videos about putting parts in jars, and it worked out pretty well for me. So, I mean, you could do anything.
Yeah, and so that's where, and I think Decoy, he no longer comes to the channel. Decoy is another kind of cool guy, but he's the first one who kind of said that. He's like, no, Purple, like you can pivot if you label it correctly. So sure enough, like I had the Mario Kart short, which is Mario Kart. It's a short. It got almost like 6,000 views.
Yeah.
Then I had like a console war thing, like with the like Phil Spencer breaking news, consoles are dead, right? That's got like a whole bunch of views.
But I mean, like you said, like labeling, like you just like
it's all like it's that some of it's like luck, what's in the news cycle, like has nothing to do with what you do.
And it depends on what platform you're on too, because I found like because Twitch does the same thing, and it's like you have to be weird with your labels over there, like whatever you're titling it, you have to be weird with it. And over here, not so much, just be direct. You don't have to be so creative. Like, just say what it is. Just be honest about what's in your video, and that's it.
Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, so Wit said something like, make a clip of that. Wait, I'll let you. So I'm gonna post it tonight. Like, and I would be curious what you would think. Like I said, it's gonna be kind of on the more console war side of things. It's not even console war. It's like Microsoft, right? Like just. Like
talking about how
it's gonna be Microsoft, and but like I said, I put a lot of different. It's gonna look different than my normal like one take. Let me just talk, because like that works for Dark, but for me, I find that sometimes people want a little bit more polish to it. So that's what I'm trying out this time.
Maybe graphics popping over your head.
Yeah,
you know how the kids do it.
Yeah, like you're gonna see. Like I'm actually like Tanzania or somewhere running with like a herd of lions as I'm filming, talking about this. No, so we'll see. And then, like I said, I'm really excited for September. That's all I'm gonna say. Really excited for
Oh,
So September is going to be another. So like I'm
okay.
trying out 3 different pieces of content here. Like the one y'all are seeing today is probably the most replicatable one that you'll probably see once every other week or so. There's going to be one in maybe October or August that's going to be a little bit different that brings in more like it's just a totally different take. And then there's the one in September that's that's the one I think if any of them are gonna to do well, it's gonna be the September one. So you're gonna have to wait for that one.
It's going down in September, people.
Sit down and you can get memberships to the OnlyFans after that one drops.
Oh,
joking. But I have gotten several messages about OnlyFans. True story. I think that's really weird.
Get those feet warmed up.
No, it's weird. They'll be like, "Do you have an OnlyFans?" It's like comments.
It's so nonchalant now. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
so
they'll be like, but then I found out like two of the women I watch who game, these are women. These aren't like gaming girls. These are like women. They're in their 30s. They actually do have OnlyFans. So I was like, oh,
it's really common.
I was like, oh,
it's not.
So like, I think these people were not trying to offend me whatsoever. They just were like, literally like, yo, do you have an OnlyFans? And I was like, no, don't have time for that. Let's go.
Yeah.
I don't have time for that. And then they said they would pay $50 million. And I was like, okay, we have time for that.
Right, I might have to rethink this.
We have to rethink the value. Have to rethink that value proposition there. No, we'll see. But no, Lo-Fi, what's going on? You know, as we got these last few minutes before I shut it down. Before I shut it down and upload this video for Wit.
I've just been chilling. I don't know. I've just been going with the flow.
That's how you're always going, man.
I ain't really been gaming though as much as usual.
Really? Any reason why?
Yeah, but I'd have to tell you that backstage kind of thing, but nothing major. I mean, everything's cool. I plan on getting back in the swing of it. It's just right now it's not a good time. It's not good timing, but I've been paying attention to my YouTuber, my channel.
Okay.
And I'm still doing good. My videos are still being replayed, so yeah, I don't think I'll have any problem coming back.
I think like
I actually got plans
for
it. So I've actually got some plans for it too. So yeah, I don't know. I'll be back to my normal self again. Everybody's always like, I'll pop up from time to time. They'll be like, give yourself a shout out. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know what to say. Come see me on Discord if I'm there.
Well, we're happy to see you back, Lo-Fi.
Oh, I love pop. I've been just creeping in the background watching. I haven't been in the chat much, but yeah, I saw you guys in here, and I got all sentimental, and I was like, "What's up?"
Oh no, we always. I mean, Lo-Fi. It was you were, Vet always comes by and he's like, "Purple, when are you gonna make me my your co-host?" And I was like, "I only have one co-host." That's Lo-Fi. I only have one.
Oh, which reminds me, the last time I was on here, you said you're reminding me of Vet. I was like, "Ouch."
What? I told you that?
Yeah, because I was being a dork. I kept repeating all that stuff about what was it? Agile and doing things in a scrum.
That? No, I wouldn't have said it.
That was
I wouldn't have said that about Vet though.
No, you said that about me. You were like, you're starting to sound like Vet. But I was just being goofy because I was just making fun of like how like
I'm sure I said
die in a you know,
Are
in a
you sure
corporate
I
setting.
said you're sounding like vet or you're sounding like a vet?
Oh, maybe. Who knows?
'Cause I don't think
I
I
don't know.
would say that. I don't think I would say agile and scrum makes me think of vet.
Oh, I just wouldn't stop. I wouldn't let it go. That's why I think you said that. Because we
Oh
were
no.
we were having, it was like time to switch, and I was still like, no, it's on a Scrum Agile workflow or
Oh my
whatever
god.
the hell I was saying.
Oh, I apologize. No, I wouldn't have if you're out there, vet, no offense on that one, but
What's
no,
up,
that
man?
no, you know. So no, but
One day when he has a show about conspiracies, maybe we could talk about it. But yeah, I mean, other than that, I don't even have to talk about conspiracies. The news is loaded with that, with anything. I like everything I've been saying. It's in the news now, man. Birds aren't real.
Lo-fi. So what's your favorite news conspiracy right now?
I don't have a favorite one. They're all pretty horrible.
Oh, what's your most horrible one?
Oh, let's stop talking about that one guy. That one guy with the island. No, like that's the worst. It's the worst thing ever that's
So
ever
do you think there's a cover up there?
happened. I mean, covering up things that you can already see, you know, like there's plenty of evidence laying around.
What would you say is evidence?
Don't him being like, don't look over here, and then it's like they were friends for 15 years. There's just evidence, like pictures, audio, video, like.
But why? Here's my question to that. Okay, like that stuff's already. Here's what I don't understand. Like we've already known that they were friends, right? That we already know that they would joke and everything like that.
Yeah.
So why are people now being like, oh, there's a cover up?
Oh, I have no idea, man. I have no idea why that side of people are just now like, oh wait, this is a bad guy.
Or
Like,
just
they
like
didn't see it.
questioning like,
Well, you know, I saw that train wreck episode on Netflix about Rob Ford, and I've never really looked at the story of Rob Ford. And if you watch that, you're like, our president has completely stole his whole his whole hustle from Rob Ford, except for smoking crack. Like everything that guy has done, it's like, oh, I could do that, but bigger and better. It's just wild what's going on with the like I don't consider this a political thing. They want to make it political because it's our whole government is tied up in this weird
you think it's the whole government?
child predator thing.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Why I push back against the whole government. Okay, here's the thing. You're not gonna convince me that there's any women politicians on that list.
Oh, right.
But you're not gonna
Hey,
convince
that's
me.
a big win. Look at you.
No, I'm just saying, like when
No,
they're
that's a
like,
good point.
when they're always like, oh, they're gonna like. I heard Asmongold. They're gonna take all the Congress people out. I'm like, no, none of the women Congress people are even remotely on that list. Oh, by the way, this list is from like 2000. Do you know how many people are still in Congress from 25 years ago? I'll let you know. Like none of like that's where I'm saying. Like, and so when people are like, oh, there's so many of this person or this part, it's like, no, the people who are on the list, if there is a list, are the old people who've been in power since the 90s. Looking at you, Supreme Court. And so that's why, like, I'm like, no, like, I'm not about to say, yo, it's everybody, it's every side. Like, because that then makes it seem like you can't trust, like, they're all covering it up. And it's like, no, you're not convincing me some of these people.
I don't even care it doesn't even matter to me. What matters to me is there should be 0 children harmed to protect our, like, there should be no reason any child needs to be sex trafficked to protect our country. Like, I don't see how that fits into anything our government should have a hand in. Like,
But I don't think the government.
I'm not saying the government, but like individual problems in the there's individuals out there that are suspect.
But here's my thing that like I okay, for one, agree, because I don't want someone to clip it and be like, Purple's arguing lo-fi on that point. No, I'm not. Like, I don't think any child should be sex trafficked for whatever, right?
Yeah. For whatever secret spy stuff they had going on.
So we're going, so whatever, right?
Yeah.
My thing is that this government has done so many things, right, in the past that we've never made amends for. That's even worse than this.
Oh yeah.
And I think.
Oh yeah, we hurt innocent people.
We heard the tons of innocent people, a lot, right? Or we have people, for one, okay, we're about to get super controversial here. I think, and I think Wit and Ambi know this.
It's hard to talk about this without saying.
I don't want to get banned.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, but I'm going to say this about this guy. I'm going to say this about this guy. Like, right. And here's a perfect example of what I mean about, like, we turn a blind eye towards something else, which I'm like, that's just as problematic. It's totally different topic, kind of related, totally different topic though. If you are someone who grew up in apartheid South Africa and you left when Nelson Mandela became president,
that says a lot.
That says a ton. Right?
Yeah.
Like, if you grew up and benefited in apartheid South Africa, and then you just magically left when Nelson Mandela became president, and then you come back and you have still done, and you have been shown to have been racist in your policies, why is that not alarm bells? Why are people like, oh, well, no, he's a good person? No!
He's all right. He's just
no, like I don't care if he. It's stuff like that. This is why when we talk about, like, oh yeah, there's sex trafficking of kids, I'm like,
yeah.
Like, the dude, to be very clear, if we look at the Miss American pageant, who owned that? Someone, right? If we look at the team,
certain individual, certain orange individual,
the Teen USA pageant.
Yeah.
Who owned that?
I would say, I'll be so bold as to say, I think our president's a diddler.
I'm just saying, but that's obvious. If you had shown me, I'm just like, to me, this is stuff I knew 10 years ago. This isn't like breaking news. It's like, the dude said he would bang his daughter.
Yeah, he did. His own daughter.
Said he would bang his own daughter. The dude said, like, he had Teen USA, and they're like, yeah, he will walk in on us all the time because it was his pageant. The dude has his own compound in Florida.
Yep. Yeah, this is all true.
The dude hung out. The only video, we have no videos of anybody else who he's thrown under the bus for ties to the list, except him. He's the only one with videos that we see.
Yeah.
And so when people are like,
yeah,
I'm like, I don't even need a conspiracy for this.
Yeah,
I live in
I
the
don't either. And my whole thoughts at this point has gone so far. Like I feel comfortable saying this stuff because it's like if I'm wrong, if we're wrong, then prove it.
I'm
You should have no problem proving it.
my thing is like it's not even if we're wrong. Like
We're not.
this is my whole thing about if we're wrong. If I switch out everything I said about the person we just talked about, and I put Barack Obama in that position, do you think Barack Obama would still be a free person today? No, we would have found a reason to put him in jail.
Yeah.
We would have found a reason to put him in jail and had him as a sex offender. If Barack Obama said, hey, I would bang Malia Obama, we'd be like, dude, we're taking your kids away.
What? Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
But with Trump, we're just like the kooky guy.
Yeah, like I'm like, to me, it's like it doesn't even have to be true. It doesn't have to be true. I'm like, the fact is that you are too close. Like there's something that we would do in the army like that. I like you sit down with a soldier and and it's like, dude, and it'll be like Private Snuffy or whoever. And it'll be like, Captain Hayes, I didn't do this. I promise I didn't do this. I'll be like, I don't care. The fact that you were out at this time at that part of the town, you know,
right,
like doing XYZ, you are already you're already guilty. Yeah. You're already like, why were you there? I don't care if you took a wrong turn, but why were you getting groceries at that time? Like there's so many like breaks in logic and decision making that it makes me question you like, and maybe this was just the wrong time, wrong place. But when you have wrong time, wrong place, like to the nth degree, how am I going to now put you in charge on the front line with your soldiers in arms that they can trust you? No, we got to go back to remedial training. So when we do that with the most powerful person in the world, and it's like, you've had multiple wrong place, wrong time, wrong words, wrong pictures. I don't need to know.
Oh yeah.
I don't need to know if it's true.
Well, I mean that, and dude, how are you gonna be friends with somebody for 15? What do y'all have in common? 15 years of friendship. What did y'all have in common? Well, what did Epstein? How did he make his money? How did Trump make his money? That's not it. You know, like it just
no. It's like, you know, it's shady dudes, man. But dudes. Like they're shady dudes, like shady dudes in power. And when you look at it, and look like you already know the dudes. Like you already know these guys. Like these are like I truly believe like if you go and get like 200 people, you for sure have like 95% of the personalities in the world. Like, I just feel like people are like you're like, look, I know you look like a jerk. You sound like a jerk. You're probably a jerk that looks and sounds like that other jerk. Right.
Yeah.
And so if you just listen to the guy, like his mom said this about him. Right.
Yeah.
Like you're a rich dude who's awkward is all get up.
Yeah.
Who's horny as all get up.
I guess you haven't seen the newest episode of South Park.
Rouster was talking about it.
Yeah, and I don't want to give away a lot of spoilers or anything, but I'm going to give you one thing. They repeatedly say he has a small penis, so I can't wait to see what happens to them after that.
Yo, like all I gotta say is like again. It doesn't take. This is why I just don't understand. I just don't understand it. Like why all this is like a big thing now. I'm like, why now? Like what? This? Y'all are worried about this?
Oh
like yeah. Like this is like this thing.
I kind of think this is like a odd like distraction.
From what?
Well, like I don't even know what's going on in Israel anymore. This has been taking up all my time.
Yeah, I think
I've
I
completely
think
lost track of that.
you know what this. So there's Tyler Perry, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Perry has TV shows that are the most like garbage TV ever, right? And the thing that makes it garbage isn't necessarily the acting or the plot line. The thing that makes it garbage is like they leave you on like this cliffhanger, and then they bring in like another cliff. They never resolve anything in the show. They like it just is one thing after the other thing after the other thing after the other thing. And you're like, well, what happened to this other person who was going to go to the jail or get shot if they did? But then they introduce another character. That's how this administration feels like. It's like a Tyler Perry, but in real life.
Yeah.
It's like bad acting. It's like plot lines that don't make sense. And it's like
Constant
one new character after a new, like
in the news cycle.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying last time. Like everybody was so like during Biden, I was like, at least everybody's quiet. Or not. It's just one thing at a time. I can take this. I can deal with this. I can process.
No, this one, like, look, like we have things that really matter. Tariffs. Like we've had Jinx, Jinx, right? Jinx went back and forth with me forever saying we won't pay tariffs. I'm like, Jinx, do you know what a tariff is? Like, and then there's other people who are saying if you go back and look at those comments
they
from
don't
that
understand
one,
how it gets reflected in, like I said, no free shipping.
It goes
into the price.
If y'all go back, you'll see like there's like people who are like from like Argentina. I'm like, why are you even here? Right.
Oh yeah.
And so, and I see that. And so like you have that. That's a real world thing. Oh, by the way, it's not even about Israel, Lo-Fi. Like, it's not even about that, right?
Right.
You bombed Iran, yet you can't prove the reason you bombed them is that actually was accomplished. Like, do you think
I drop big bomb? I'm mad. I'm big mad.
Do you
I'm awesome.
like? Do you now like? Oh, by the way, the reason why they actually got the program, like this is what I mean. The reason why they actually got the program was because you ripped up the sanctions. That you ripped up the whole thing for us to monitor the program in the first place. So then when you did that, they produced stuff. And now you bombed. And what you're trying to do is to do what you ripped up. Like no one talks about it. Like to me, it's like, and this isn't necessarily political. Some people are like, you're not a patriot. Shut the F up. You served 13 years in the military. Then come talk to me about who's patriot. Okay. Because it's damn sure not you.
Yeah,
right?
I hate that. Because it's really like I can keep my mouth shut, but what kind of patriot does that? Yeah,
yeah, exactly. Like that. Exactly. So now, so you have these things that are like going, you have that, right? You have the whole situation with Russia, Ukraine. Like you've already done so many 180s on this that it's ridiculous. Okay. Like you've just humiliated our biggest trading partners, right? So now, like, do you have that? You have this whole lying situation here, right? You have that. Like, it's like every single thing besides telling you, hey, oxygen's good, which then people will cheer forever because they're like, oh, oxygen's good. It's like, no, like, what are y'all talking about? And it's like, I just feel that like, is it me? Because like I said, when it comes to this whole thing about this list, I'm like, yeah, if you talked about sleazy old rich dude who has an island in the middle of nowhere and he invites other sleazy old rich dudes, guess who's like the first person or the second person or the third? I guarantee you, starting in like 2005, I would have said that guy. This isn't new. You know, when I think of like the person who has like a chip on his shoulder and is like insecure of stuff, yeah, I would probably start with the dude who like the NFL owners, the most prejudiced people in the world didn't even want to deal with this dude. You know what I mean? NFL owners, racist dudes who have a lot of money did not want to deal with this dude. Like, how do you, like, I don't understand how you claim to be a business genius when you ran a casino into bankruptcy. People go to casinos knowing they're going to lose money, knowing that it is a whole thing, but yet you ran it into, it has nothing to do with politics. It has everything to do with like, where the F were y'all the last 40 something years? I always was here. Huh. And so I don't get it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know if it, like, this whole thing kicked off. You were asking me about my favorite conspiracy. And I don't even think it's not even a conspiracy anymore.
I don't even think it's a conspiracy. Like, but you get what I'm saying? Like, it's not even like,
look at that footage they gave us.
Like, I don't even
ridiculous.
I don't even think it's a conspiracy. It's like this last little plea thing where I don't know if you've been following it. Lo-fi. Like, I follow it because I actually was in what they call Basic Officer Leadership Training 1 in Fort Sill with her. Her name's Gabby or Tulsi Gabbard. She's the national. So we were actually in the same training, right? As second lieutenants, and I didn't like know her like that. Right. I didn't like, we knew of her because she was like something in Hawaii, but I didn't like, I was like, I don't know this chick. But she releases this thing about like the administration, like create this false narrative around him in Russia. But this is the same deal because him in Russia, he was the one who literally said, Russia, if you're listening, go do this. He literally said that.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing, right? All this stuff, we're just getting caught up in the minutia. It's like they're trying to divide us again where we were all on the same page of like, we don't really care. There was a pedophile that some of you guys apparently are, and there's proof that you are, and we want it. And it doesn't matter. We want blood now.
So, yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, we're all on the same page on that. But now it's like they've tried to spin it up and make it political again. And it's like, we just can't let them do that. Like this, the one thing we can all agree on is
pedophiles are
bad.
No, I totally believe that the whole thing, like, I just feel bad for all the other people who have been hurt in the spin. Here's a group of people, trans people, transgender people. They've been everything that this dude probably did transgender. He's thrown at transgender people. Like,
sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All the immigrants, you know how many people have been hurt?
These are all easy targets.
Easy targets to spin up people on. You know how many people have been hurt because of like his like, look over here. You know what I mean? That is what, like, I get what you're saying. Like, but my thing is, how much, he's already shown you blood. Like, I don't even think unfortunately, it doesn't matter. I think let's say he was on the island in 1995, 96, 97. I don't think the people would matter. I don't think they would care. I think the Asmongold's in the world would be like, oh, well, it's 30 years ago. Like, oh, we need to see video. And then it's like this. It's like the moving of the goalpost. It's like, you see the list, he's on it. Oh, we need to see video. They then get the list, they get the video, they get the PP tape, and it's from the island, okay? Because remember, this guy had a PP tape. They get the PP tape, and it's from the island. Okay. Then they're going to be like, nah, we need intent. Right? Because they're going to be like, it could be like either. So then they get the PP tape from the island, from the diary, and the recording. Then they're going to be like, the chick asked for it. Then we get the PP tape from the island with the intent, with the diary, with the recording, with the victim's testimony. And then they're going to be like, it's fake. So then we get the other person to collaborate the story. Blah, blah, blah. It's always, that's the thing.
There ain't gonna be a witness that makes it.
No. There's always going to be this reasonable doubt. And then eventually you're going to get, I already know where this goes. All right. That's where, like, I don't need to see the end of this because I already know where it goes. Where it's ultimately going to go, Lo-Fi, when you get the logs, the list, with the video, with the intent, with the diary, with the PP tape, with the victim, with the collaboration, with all of that, they're going to then say this. Because this is what they always say throughout history with people like this. Well, that's what God wanted.
Yeah.
That's where it's going to end. That's where they're going to end. They're going to end literally with, well, that's what God wanted. If God didn't want that, then it wouldn't have happened. And then you're just going to be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it always ends on something.
It always ends on that. It's like, and then they're going to be like, so now you're against what God wanted. And it's like, what the F? You already hear this. Because, oh, by the way, these are the same people where this same stuff happens at their religious institutions and they turn a blind eye. Don't believe me? Look at the Boy Scouts.
Oh, yeah. That's a really good one. I mean, an obvious one once you start looking under
when you start underlooking, like, okay, where's the pattern here and who have been the people who've constantly turned a blind eye towards this type of stuff? It's the same people. It's the same deal. Is it $1,000 for a Trump account or is it $1,000 for welfare and a baby mama? Which one? They're gonna throw stones at one and they're gonna worship the other. And that's the same thing here. And that's why I'm like, I'm beyond the.
He does like trying to find a way to make it look like things are his idea. When it's not his idea, he don't like it. When it's his idea, he likes it.
Just saying. I already know what's gonna happen, man.
So,
all right, like,
what do you? Well, you know, it always comes in threes. And why is that? I don't know.
So you're saying who's the third?
No. This is a subject changer here. We lost
Ozzy, Hulk Hogan,
and Theo Huxtable.
Yeah, that's the three. Hulk Hogan,
yeah.
Cosby, Hulk. Okay, I don't actually.
Always in threes?
I don't think those are. I don't put. I mean, I guess they are all 80s icons.
They were going to expose the Epstein list.
Oh my goodness!
Out, bro.
Yeah, man. I'm just telling you, man. That's like I said. Y'all know. It's been 3. Ambi said it's been 3.
Yeah.
Like I said,
you're getting loopy after 3, huh?
No, man. We'll see. I can tell you this. That chick, Maxwell.
Yeah, she's about to talk. They say
she's about to die. She's about to die.
She's about to disappear. That's my other thing. How is she in prison? Who did she sex traffic to? Otherwise, how is she? You know what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, they needed blood from someone. So this chick is obviously the guilty one. Like out of everyone, this chick.
But I mean, she obviously had to traffic to someone, you know. I don't know. Anyway.
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Obviously, like I said, like the only thing I can think of. Like they left, like that's why I don't like Asmongold. Like his audience, like, oh, they're gonna go in and they're gonna arrest all these Democrats. No. When did this island happen? Who's still in Congress? Who's still in power? If you look across, there ain't too many senators, right?
Yeah.
There's not too many Congress people. The only people who are still around back from that time is sitting on the Supreme Court justice. And that dude, we've already seen, has taken gifts from billionaires. That's all I'm going to say. Like, there's only so many billion. Like, this isn't like, oh my goodness, there's so many billionaires. No, there's only so many.
Well, there's only so many black ones.
Yeah, there's only so many. He's the token. When we talk about billionaires, like there's like a certain thing, like birds of feather flock together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, so when you got like, yo, those are the racist billionaires. Those are the female billionaires. Those are the old money billionaires. That's the tech billionaire money. Like there's a certain group of billionaires that dude is taking money from.
The time Epstein doing his money scandals, there was only 100 billionaires, and they all hung out, like they all kind of go to the same places. You know what I mean? Like they all knew each other.
They all knew each other, and they all bought the same Supreme Court justice.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yep.
You know what I mean? And that's the one who's still in power. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's really easy to connect the dots on this shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm cussing on this family. We're not talking family friendly. After like 2 hours, we stop. But it's really easy to connect the dots on this one.
Some places right now, so it's not family time yet.
But that's all I'm saying. Like that's why I can't, like, it's to me, it's like, who's the one that does the, like, it's super easy to see this. Super easy.
Yeah, who's pulling the strings?
Who's pulling the strings? Who's always advocating for, like, their president? Who's always pushing the Supreme Court to allow this president to do what he wants? Like, it's super easy.
Yeah.
Who literally, his wife was on the campaign committee for Trump.
It's not far away from a dictatorship.
No. No. What it is it's a cult personality.
Yeah. It's not far away, though.
But what, like, if I, like, this, we've seen this.
Yeah.
We've seen, like, this is not the first time in history where we've seen things like this. And there's always a situation where you have why is it always cults in power always end up with sex with underage people?
Yeah.
I don't understand this.
It always goes to, yeah.
That's why I said, I guarantee there's no female congresswomen in this. That's why I have to, like, push back when people are like, oh, it's both sides. No. And I totally am with you when it's like, yo, holding people accountable. But it's not going to hold it. Like, if people have allowed it to go this, they're going to allow it to go further.
Well, I'd imagine maybe not females involved, but I'm sure it was a lot of it was open secrets that people were turning blind eyes to.
Yeah, but we do that all the time.
Yeah.
That's my whole thing. Like when we talk, here's a perfect example. Like, we care so much about some of the names we know of the victims.
Yeah.
Faceless victim. But we see the dude ran the Teen USA pageant and walked in on those girls. That's what we know.
He didn't not just run the Teen USA pageant, but he also owned his own pageant before that.
Exactly. Like,
where he would do the same thing.
Like, why? What's so special about these?
I
Are we
remember thinking
saying
that was creepy when it happened, like before he was like when it happened, like when it was being dropped. Like I remember that. Like,
but you get what
to
I'm
this day.
but you get what I'm saying though, right? Like why is it we've seen victims before? Like we've seen if the thing is we want to protect kids, we want to protect teen girls. There's so many.
That's why we're not releasing it. Yeah, but
this is for the people who are up in arms about it.
Well, I mean, you could mute audio, you could blur faces. You don't have to. Like,
but my thing is, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is there are so many victims of the same crime that we don't care about.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, Sneaky Yicky, welcome to the chat, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I think that's kind of where I ultimately am just like, dude, like we've seen, like, there's nothing like, is it, I mean, maybe it's because it's like so blatant of a cover up, but I'm just like, how many other, like, I still continue to think the same thing's going to happen. Like, ultimately,
I feel like I've been abused after thinking about it for so long, you know, like I feel like I'm a victim, you know, and I just give me one name, just put one name out there, just, you know, slide a piece of paper across the table. Let's look at it for a second.
For what would you do with that name?
It would at least be one piece of evidence, right? Like, we're already got all this stuff out in the open. Just give us something good to really juicy to start going on.
But what's the what's the difference? Like, they've already done things that are worse. Like, they've already done parallel offenses. Why does a name even matter?
This having this conversation a lot, right? Like, it's just like, what would it look like to get this resolved? What would that even look like?
It doesn't look like, I'm telling you what's going to happen we've seen this before.
I'm saying, it's not going to resolve.
It's not, because they're going to ultimately throw down the ultimate card. This is the last card that happens in these situations. This is throughout history. This is not like new. I know we like to think that we're like the most advanced, but it's the same. They're ultimately going to say this. It is God's will that he did this. And if God did not want it to happen, he would not have let it happen. That is what happened. That is when you get that far down. When you've already made
straight up that it's going to be religious kooks that decide.
Yes. Because it's religious kooks who made it a thing. It's the religious kooks who said, yo, Pizzagate. It's the religious kooks about the lizard people.
I feel that, but I also feel that, like, since this is the one thing we can agree on that's bad, that there's people on all sides that want.
No, I don't think we agree that it's bad. I think what people agree on is that there's a cover up. I think, or that there's something that's being hidden. I think some people would say, yes, this is bad. You are on that side. A lot of Lunikins, what's going on? This is what Johnny Roca must have been streaming. So one group is going to say, this is bad. It's a cover up. But that's the same group that's been saying, like, yo, all this stuff is bad. Like, right? There's another group that's going to say, though, and I want to be very clear about it. There's another group. It's the same group that I just told you about that said, hey, I give $1,000 to a woman who's on welfare with a bunch of kids. That's a welfare queen. She's bad. This other person who has a kid and they get Trump accounts, they're good. That's the same person. Okay, I want to make it very clear. That is the same person who you think is on your side, but they're not on your side if the name doesn't make sense to the name they want to see.
Yeah, they're gonna bend in all kinds of directions to try to rationalize it.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Ilana Lunikins, and thank you, Sneaky Iki. Appreciate y'all coming in. We're just talking. Down as a cover up, Ron Solskjaer, but you get what I'm saying. Like, I just think that that's like at the like what's.
Oh yeah, there's people that are gonna follow Trump no matter what. They're gonna figure out a way to rationalize.
Yeah, they're already doing it. They're literally already doing it. Like, they're literally like, when last week when he said, y'all are still talking about that creep, it's like, yes, you were the one who kept this creep in the news for so long. And then to your point,
he's your best buddy.
If there is no list, I think that is a great point. If there is no list, why is this chick serving like her life sentence in prison? Like, what did you convict her on? Yeah. If there's not, like, I totally get that. Like, I totally understand everything you're saying. But we're not unified on this because we are unified, Lo-Fi.
No, I get what you mean, but like, as a country, are we? You know, I don't know.
Lana Ludkins, thank you so much for coming. I mean, we kind of went deep into we're kind of like we got here because we were talking about our conspiracy, what is the darkest conspiracy theory right now, and it landed on here, and I'm of the mind that I don't even think it's a conspiracy. Like, I just think I'm like, what makes this a conspiracy? Right in front of us, yeah. Like, yeah, I'm like, yo, dude, like, if everything points to like, yeah, this dude who had this pageant with underage chicks and like barge in on them, right? Who said he would bang his own daughter on multiple occasions, right? That dude who's in videos with another dude who was on being charged with sex trafficking of underage people. That
there's also that Howard Stern interview thing where he dances around saying not saying that talking about dating 16-year-old girls.
Yes. Like, look, it's all there. Like, it's all there. Like, I don't even, like, yeah. Like, you telling me this dude was on an island watching playing with underage chicks.
It's like the whole Bill Clinton thing where he's like the definition of sex or whatever. It's like he's bending that around in a way, the way he danced around it. So the guy's a nut job. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm all for all of these people being. I'm for all of these people. If some person is on this like, yes, take them all away. But like, us acting like as if the president was not like there around this time. Like, I guess that's my only thing. I'm just like,
yeah, and I don't know. It's not. It's gonna get worse before it gets better with this one.
It's never gonna get better.
Yeah, it's never gonna get better. Well,
that's like saying that's like Trump, the only thing that like that's like saying like
scary.
The JFK assassination will get worse before it gets better. Like, no, it doesn't. Nothing.
We
just learned to live with it. It's like someone dying.
It's weird for me from my point of view because I'm not on either side of the fence politically. I think because I'm so deep into this conspiracy stuff that it's like, I think that it's the same. It's like watching a magician. You got a left hand and a right hand, and you're being distracted by one while the other one's doing God knows what. That like there's no I don't care who's president, it's all bleak to me. So
No, but I think
watching
like
other
you're
people
seeing
lose faith in is weird.
no, but I think like you're already seeing like the magic trick. They already did the magic trick.
Yeah.
Right? Like the magic trick was literally all these other things. And we just did this thing where really, really rich people are going to get even more really, really rich.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be paid for by everybody else who isn't really, really rich.
Yeah.
That was the magic trick.
They're usurpers.
They showed it to you in plain day. Mm-hmm. They showed it to you clear as day. They said, oh, by the way, your household goods are going to cost more.
Yeah,
and we're going to use that.
All the public land too. Like what?
They're doing all like there's no like it's not even a like that's what it is. Like everything in the like Oscar Wilde said this, and I think it's like super insightful. Everything in the world is about sex. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He says this. He goes, everything in the world is about sex. Except sex. Sex is about power. And so like I always think like that sums up this entire situation with the administration to me.
Sure.
That sums it all up. Like I'm like, yeah, god damn, Oscar Wilde knocked it out the park again. So like when I like look at this, I'm like, yeah, like this is like literally turning into this. Like it was all about sex with this dude. And the sex led to his power.
Yeah, blackmail.
Yeah, I like that's what it is. I don't come up with the quotes, y'all. I just read about them. And so I don't know what to say, but to your point, like, no, we're just gonna find a way to live, like, unfortunately, live with it.
There's always room for Jello.
There's always room for who?
Jello.
What is this?
That you never heard that? That's their slogan.
Kiki Doe tried to testify this back in. I mean, there's so many. I don't even like the dude told us. Like that's my thing. The dude told us. Like that's why it's like the Russia thing. Like we saw it with our own eyes.
Man,
it's like everything. January 6th. We saw that. Like I don't know what it like. There's so many things that I'm just like.
With it getting this crazy, and then you got. I get scared when I start thinking about the new AI videos, how good they're getting, and like how much stuff is about to be fake. I mean, we get really upset on the internet can get you upset, but then you got to think they're telling us like 50% of the internet's bots.
Yeah,
so it's not real.
AI, what should scare people about AI is literally The Economist came out with an article today, and it said like all the people who are pushing AI, they're all men. That's the one thing they noted. They're all men. The majority of those men are scared of where AI is taking us.
They're scared of it, but I also think they're kind of, in some ways, they like to smell their own parts because like
well this is their time.
They're there to hype it up. Yeah,
they're there. This is their time. Like this is their time. This is the revenge of the nerds, the multi-billionaire nerds. This is their time.
How many times did you hear this story of the AI trying to copy itself and get out of the system or whatever, and then it turned out that it was a test and they set it up to do that? Like it took months before they came out and said that it was actually like all part of the plan. Like it wasn't like a real escape AI.
No, but this is like the thing that I'm worried about, and they kind of highlighted this. They're like, once you get to supercomputing,
or quantum computing,
once you get to quantum computing, you now like you have the ultimate weapon, right? if you have true quantum computing, entire blockchain is gone, right? Entire Bitcoin's gone. Like it can encrypt. Your entire banking system is gone. You can encrypt. Your entire nuclear code's gone. Because it can encrypt it so much faster, right? So you're all racing towards this thing. And so what happens at that point? Like you all race towards it. Like there are no guardrails. We have just now done an executive order that says if you try to put guardrails on AI, you are going against the federal government, right? So the entire world is now taking the United States lead, who we've already said is ran by a pedophile and so forth, right? Like we've already said this, right? And we're taking orders from I already told you, if you grew up in apartheid South Africa and you benefited from it, and then you left when Nelson Mandela became president, should give you worry, right?
Yeah, all this Nazi stuff's just a coincidence.
Yeah, like I don't even care. I don't like Nazi, like white supremacy. Like, are we really splitting hairs on this one? Like you're already over there. Like I get it. Like they're like, well, he didn't really sign up for the Nazi party, so we can't call him a Nazi. It's like, oh goodness. So if we're already over there, and these are the same people who are rushing to do all this stuff. Same people, like, to your point, it's gonna get worse. Yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna get better. Like, I'm of the mind, it doesn't get better. You just learn, you need to figure out a way to live with it.
Yeah.
And how are you gonna do that? Are you gonna speak up?
Play more games.
Play more games? Put your head like I'm not here to tell like try to, and so that's why bringing it back to the very first thing that brought this to that's why I'm going to start utilizing I'm going to utilize game. It's still going to be about gaming. Hey Linz, what's going on? Linz is probably like,
doing prepping videos.
You know, I'm still going to do that, and but I'm going to push back. I'm going to push back. Like, because I think
Always.
and that's what I'm going to do. That's how I'm going to deal with it. So if you've been if you've been through this, and like if you, as I was saying, like how the channel's going, I'm still going to be talking gaming, but I am going to be pushing back.
Well, just, and ask questions of people, like when they're, ask them when they openly show their thought process or come out with something. You're like, well, how did you get there?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I mean, we've done that. We've had some pretty vocal people. I've interviewed some pretty vocal people in the last year who have been very much like, no, I just believe this is the right thing. Like, I believe like what they say, I believe blah, 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 blah. And so it's like, okay. And then ultimately what you end up with is like, well, I trust this more than the other person. Like I've had the conversations multiple times, or they'll say stuff like, well, they're both bad.
Yeah, they're all evil and they're all bad guys.
If I say, if my thing is, if your thing is that if they're both evil, then don't vote.
Like, I think
like,
they're
if you
not
truly
different.
believe they're both evil, don't vote.
Yeah, and I think they're not different. Like, I think that's all left and right. It's all just good. I'm just saying there's continuity of government for a reason. If you know what that is.
I mean, I think potentially. I think
when people talk about the deep state, that's what that is, really. And it just makes sense that it would be there. I think the way they handle it is terrible.
Here's the only. Go ahead.
Like, okay, you got Joe Biden, who is obviously like comatose, like didn't really do, like he was sliding the whole time, getting older. Then you got Trump, who's like super active. Like, I'm just saying the government still was in operation doing things. Like, I don't think it really matters. I don't think it matters.
But Lo-Fi, you're from Texas. Here's where I'm going to push back on that. You're from Texas.
Mm-hmm.
What happened 3 weeks ago in Texas?
The flood?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. But we weren't the only ones. There's like 4 floods.
4 floods. Correct. Do you think that type of flood would have happened somewhere? Let me put it another way. We had a flaming inferno in California. True or false? Burned for multiple times, and a fire like raged. If we look at the fatalities, unfortunately, right, between those two places, one outnumbers the other. A flood. Usually, we can see a flood's coming, right?
Right.
A fire. Usually, that's like a spontaneous event. That's why I say I don't think they are equivalent. I think that I don't think we would say like, I do not think like nothing happened. I do think at the margins, you are talking about life and death situations.
Yeah.
Like I think it's no coincidence that when we look at natural disasters, some of the worst ones that have happened over the last 20 years have occurred under certain groups, right? I think when we look at life-saving care, where we look at like, that's where I draw the line. Like, I think there's one group that says like, yes, right now they've both been bastardized and are going to like the highest bidder. But I think there's one group that specifically makes it overtly obvious that they serve the most wealthiest people, regardless of whatever. And there's another group that at least you can try to hold to the idea of at least serving all people. Right. Yeah. And we saw that, right? And that's where I guess that's kind of where I don't do like they're both evil. I don't do that. I say like I think they both have negatives. But at the end of the day, I do keep score.
I don't know. I have some conspiracy.
No, lo-fi with a conspiracy theory. No way. No way.
Like, I'll tell you, dude, like at somewhere in February, somewhere around there, I was watching local news and we had gotten a bunch of new towers for weather, whatever, for them tracking storms and things. And whatever they were showing, basically there was this half-hour special where they were showing how the new equipment was going to affect their weather readings and how much more accurate they were going to be and how much more detail they were going to be able to show us. And they were just, when storm season came in, you know, they were going to be happy to use this new stuff. And I promise you that Doge cut funding and they never even got to use these towers. They just tore them down. And then here we are, like a couple months later, maybe 2 months later, this flood that just killed.
Lo-fi, I'm telling you, like there's I'm just like, switch it out with anybody else. Like I'm just like anybody else. I'm not even like, and it's not even a question. Like we would easily say like, if it's not causation, it's damn near correlation, and correlation is definitely enough to convict you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we don't. Sure. Yeah, you know, like I don't need causation. I just need correlation, and that's enough. That's a reasonable doubt, or that is more likely than not, and that's what we do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But for this one, it's like, no, it's easy. It's easy to draw a line. Like I don't have to have conspiracy. Those are lines you are drawing. That is purely, they said we are going to fire this many people, and that we are clearly going to fire them in this department. Mm-hmm. That was it. They announced it because they didn't care about climate change. They made it known. And then you now go to the state. Now I'm from Texas too. You know, I spent over 20 years in Texas.
Oh, you know you miss the humidity.
Oh my goodness. You go to the place that has like, oh, it's the land of no regulation, no climate change because it's oil and gas industry all the way.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Like, there's tons of things that went wrong here. I don't think those things would have went wrong somewhere else. You know what I mean? But because it's like, oh, it's Texas, and it's like, and look, I was raised Catholic. It's Texas, and it's all this stuff. It's a Christian youth group or a Christian. It's like, no, that wouldn't have happened other places.
No, not at all. Not like that.
You know what I mean? That wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Even in some of the worst floods, we just had huge floods in North Carolina. Some people, fatalities happen. But not at that scale. Like, come on.
No, you can draw lines. You can draw direct lines.
You know, like, this wasn't a main city. Like, you know what I mean? This is like hill country. This is like this. Like, this isn't like.
This is the sticks.
Correct.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like it's like you lost 150 people in the goddamn.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't like Katrina where it's like that you hit the city.
I don't know about you, but I got a lot of family that lives out there, so it's some of the stories are just heart-wrenching.
It just I mean, no, I know. Like, look, we lived through Katrina. We lived through 9/11. We lived through so many things. You know what I mean? Like, I take like mortality very serious. Right? Yeah. But that's how I also know, like, there is a difference in the even if it's an illusion of you caring about every life versus the outright truth that you only care about the life of the privilege. Like, that is, like, to me, that is very fundamentally different. Like that, like there's no way you're like, the reason why people beat up
oligarchy going on, right?
Yeah, I think so. Like, there is no way, like, if you talk to just a regular person, like a regular on one side, they will say, yes, I care that everybody can live the way they want. If you want to identify the way you want to identify, we care about, fine, you do you. Because we care about every person, right? If you want to go make $1 billion, go make $1 billion. There's another side that says, nah. You could both be from different countries, but this person has this much money, so that makes them better. This person has no money, so that makes them worse.
Yeah.
We see that. That is literally what's happening.
I want to protect this guy because I want to try and get some of his money.
Y'all are both fighting over. You've been fighting over this land for millenniums. We can all say terrorist attacks are bad, but we're willing to then go say, no, that 60,000 people, they deserved it.
Yeah.
That group did. Like, no, like it is very clear as day to me that, like, that's why I have to push back. I have to say, like, do they both have bad people? Yes. I'm not saying that. But at the end of if you're going to ask me, like, yo, I'm going to go with the group that said, like, yo, we care about people, because that's how I was raised. Like, that's what I said. That's what I took an oath. I said to defend the country, not to defend the rich country, to defend the country against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Right. And all men are equal.
Yes, that's it. But there's another side, and it's not even a party. It's a mindset that said, would twist it. Said, no, not all men are created equal. Some men are 3/5 of a person. They're not really a
What the
person.
hell is that?
They're not really. It's the same group.
I read the Bible and I measured it.
It's the same group. The same thought process throughout history. When you start having to make these weird,
Stop wheezing the juice.
when you have to start making these exceptions that just are like, what the F? Then I have to say, like, nah, man. You're protecting one, and over history, it always points to the same thing. You were protecting you're packaging. Well, we were talking about packaging earlier.
Yeah.
You're packaging something, but the goods you're selling are not a value. That's not a value add. That's not a value add to me. That's a value add to someone who already has a lot of value.
It's like a bag of potato chips that's like more air than chips.
Yes. Yes. 100%. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And so, like, that's why I just have to, like, I'm gonna push. I'm gonna, and like I said, I don't.
Uh-oh.
What's that?
Immediately.
Oh my
get
cowboy!
called
I
out.
don't know if cowboy wants this one, but you know, that's why I think I'm not gonna be probably this over. I think I'm going. We went super late, so I felt a little bit more comfortable being a little bit more open.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
But,
that's fun.
No, it's been super fun. But no, I think like I have to, man. Like I said, it's like it's not gonna get better. It's just gonna be how are you going to live with it? It's like when my dad died, and someone told me, and I said, you know, like I was expecting them to give me the talk, like, oh, it gets better. They didn't tell me that. They just say you learn how to live with it, and that's the truth. That's the truth. It hasn't get better. Like if I think too hard about my dad, about his voice, about how I crack up. It doesn't get better. I just learned how to live with it. And so right now in the current situation, the way I'm going to live with it is I'm going to push back. If I see something in the news, if I see a title, if I see Asmongold or one of these other people saying something that I know, or it's something that is taking, I'm going to utilize obviously gaming's so big in the world. I'm going to use that to push back against it. Right. And so, but that's the podcast. That's the podcast. But, now Lo-Fi, what's coming up next for you? I mean, we're at midnight. I was supposed to shut this one down 2 hours ago.
What's coming up next for me? I'm not really sure. I'm still waiting until something feels right. But it's, you know, something I'm always trying to be creative, so we'll see what happens. Might be some more Minecraft. I don't know.
Oh, we can't wait to go back to Stone. What do you call it? Stonevania?
Yeah, that's it. That's the name of our little club. What up, Indio?
So what's going on, Indio? I was watching Indio play Red Dead Redemption 2. I feel like she feels the same way about the game as I do, which is solid story, not a great game. Not great gameplay. Not great gameplay. Let me put that like that.
Yeah.
But with that, I'm going to shut this one down. Like I said, if y'all want to, probably the most controversial or most opinionated I've been on ever on a stream, I think. But yeah.
No, that was good talk. I appreciate you having me on.
No, thanks, Lo-Fi. Always. Only co-host ever for Shades of Purple is Lo-Fi Monk. So, but that's Lo-Fi Monk, y'all. I guess we started right a little before me, but always been on this streaming journey together.
Well, we did start off in Squid's chat.
We didn't. We started off in your gameplay of Destroy All Humans.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we did. If your gameplay of Destroy All Humans, I would just come by and just start talking.
Yeah, that was a
hey,
fun
thank
game.
you, Sneaky Icky. I'm showing. Hey, Cowboy, I was gonna donate to you this Tuesday, but I had to go into the city for a dinner. I got you back. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. No, we got to. It's too late. Thank y'all. Thank you, everyone. I will be dropping the video, not of this stream, but like I said, I will be doing probably one of the more edited videos I've done. It's got to be kind of console worry, but it's more or less testing out my editing, different type of format for a video I did. So that will be coming out in probably the next 10 to 15 minutes. And for everybody else, or for everybody, I don't care where you game, how you game, why you game, what you game on, how long you've been gaming. As long as you're gaming, you're good with me. And as always, this is Purple Haze, and the proof is in the plane. All right, take care, y'all, and I will see you on the next one. And I am trying to do it so I can get there we go, outro.